NWA court is in full effect. Judge Dre residing. In the case of NWA versus the police department, prosecuting attorneys are MC Ren, Ice Cube, and Easy motherfucking E.
Order, order, order. Ice Cube, take the motherfucking stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help your black ass?
You goddamn right.
Won't you tell everybody what the fuck you gotta say?
I'm gay. I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need cum to start my day. 1 teaspoon of penis juice to keep the straight away. I'm fucking gay. Your hole was made for me. I'll crawl inside and live a life of quiet dignity. I'm fucking gay. My first is also gay. Yeah, my last name is the same. I'm fucking gay. At least that's what they say when they see me dancing gaily in the big gay fat parade. Yeah, I'm gay. I eat poo-poo la souffle and wash it down with piss like delicious lemonade. I'm fucking gay. And gay sex is my trade. Bottom to top, I'll call the lot and make it rain. Don't tell my wife. She's not about this life. She doesn't know I'm with her, cause she looks like a guy. Don't tell my kids, they never would forgive. They don't know that I'm the one who killing penis kids. Don't tell the cops, they'd confiscate my cock and lock me up in jail with all the burly cons. Tell the cops, I'm gayer than they thought. I've got a taste for man flesh and that will never stop. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm gay. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. I'm fucking gay. I'm fucking gay. They call me Gay Jack the Ripper. Cause I hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer. If he was normal and not straight.
Yo, what is up, everybody? How you guys doing? What is up, Teddy and Miss K in chat? Yo, what's up, Vice Hella? So, we are here. I've been mentioning it throughout the week, and I made a post about it earlier today. We are going to be reacting to, and I'm going to be on camera for it as well. What is up? Yo, actually, I think I have that. I think I saw that angled up from the last stream. There we go. Yo, what is up? So, we are going to be reacting to iDubbbz. Mike, are you excited for my new book? Not really, not from what I saw. But we have here, as you can see, a wheel. All right, this was inspired by both Internet Versus docuthon that they did, and it was also inspired by stuff I had watched from Brad Taste in the past. Make sure you guys like and retweet and let people know that we are live, by the way. So, what I have decided to do... Let me just put this on before we start. Okay. So what I've decided to do is my own challenge, all right? If you look in the description, you can see all the probabilities and whatever. So basically, it's not $15 donations, it's total. So if like 3 people donate $5, that hits the mark. So what we have here is a wheel that will affect the viewing experience. Now, I'm going to commentate over this video. So even if we don't get any donations today, I'm still going to do what I was intending to do before I thought of this idea, which is do a reaction and commentate on this video, because I already wanted to do that, because I've seen a lot of this video and it really pissed me off, a lot of parts, so I wanted to talk about it anyways. But Brad Taste was real, so true, so true. So basically what we have here, there's 3 main options, all right? So it's a bit of a gamble for you guys, all right? So there's a 16% chance that if we land on restart, we have to restart the whole video. It doesn't matter if I'm literally a second away from finishing it. We have to restart it. Then there is approximately a 60% chance of rewinding 5 minutes. So that means no matter where I am in the video, we're gonna have to go back 5 minutes. Then there's another 60% chance of slowing down the video by 10%. So we would have to go down from, yeah, like that. Like from 1 times to 0.9 to 0.8. But on the other side, there is a 2% chance to land on speed up. So if you're super unlucky, we could get back to that normal speed. And then just for a little bit of, you know, extra tension, there's a 6% chance of respinning the wheel in general. That doesn't mean that we won't, that just means that, you know, like if it lands on respin, we just hit this again and respin and see where it lands. So for example, right there, I landed on rewind 5 minutes, which means I would have to rewind in the video 5 minutes. It's very simple, very straightforward, you know? So that's pretty much everything that's going on for today, all right? So regardless of whether we make any money or not, I'm doing this reaction, which I had intended to do. I think I mentioned, like, last weekend that I wanted to do a reaction to it. I was thinking of doing a whole yesterday's drama today, but I thought this would be more fun to do, potentially. All right, so, does anybody have any questions before we start? I'll give it like I'll give you guys like 4 minutes to ask any questions before we start about the wheel. I will say if this is a successful run, which what I consider to be successful depends on how long we go for. If this ends up being a successful idea, then I will bring this wheel back, and we can do this for other videos in the future. Like for example, let's say there's no major drama in the month of May. We could go back and watch the I'm Alex video with the same concept, which would be, that would just not be fun. That would be so terrible to have to watch the I'm Alex video. But, you know, that's an idea. As for how long this will go on for, I have prepared for this stream to go on as long as, for 30 hours max. I would do unlimited, but I actually have things that I gotta do tomorrow night. So, 30 hours max is what we're gonna be doing. So that's the potential for how long this stream can go on for. It sucks what iDubbbz became. I rewatched the old content cops just to see if they were always this bad and boring, and it sucks how much more energy the guy had before. Yeah, he has a little bit of that energy at the start, but it's like fake pretty much. Hold on, I gotta respond to something. Leafy won? I guess so. But where's Leafy now? I don't think anybody won. I think the only one that won is Ethan Klein. I mean, he's got a family. Like, I'd say that's and I'm not, you know, the whole trad meme or whatever, but irregardless of what you think of that, I mean, he kind of won. Fake, that's what's wrong with the intro. It feels so forced. I suppose. Well, let's just get into it. How about that? So here we go. Content Cop H3. So we're starting off at a 1 speed. So no effects, nothing's going on. We're just watching it straight for now. Is it supposed to be muted? What the fuck? Why is it muted? Hold on. Okay, we got it fixed. We got it fixed. Don't worry. Okay, we're back. We're back on track. I'll start from the top. Destination. The beach is surprisingly dangerous. Okay, you should be able to hear it now.
Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group.
Okay, I know it's pretty early to be pausing, but bro, look at the. So, I hope this was a clickbait thing like with Jake Paul. No, unfortunately not. Look at this face he makes.
An insane.
So this is like a face. I guess he's supposed to be it's supposed to be interpreted as him being like, "What the fuck? Like, why is he saying this?" So along with the CPS thing, I don't think he acknowledges that people were calling Hila a baby killer throughout the whole video, which is like an insane thing to call Hila, especially because, as we know, iDubbbz is gonna downplay their friendship throughout this video, but we know that at least on Ethan's end, they thought they were close friends. I mean, they literally met their kids, though. Ethan is wrong, though. What is Ethan wrong about? Explain what Ethan is wrong about. You know, like, and dirty and scummy. Oh my god, are you gonna be like, oh, Ethan's was terrible for the last couple of years, so now on this very specific topic, he's still wrong without any actual criticisms? Like, what is Ethan wrong about? For this specific topic, what is he wrong about?
That anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
Oh yeah, so like, the fact that you don't address the idea, first of all, the CPS thing not being addressed is crazy, but not addressing that, you know, Hila's literally be called a baby killer, like, that's crazy. So anybody that hasn't known, so H3, Teddy points out in chat, Ethan gave him that plushie. He fucks in the intro. Yeah, that plushie is something that Ethan and Hila used to sell really early on in the H3 days. You're all baby killers. Your taxes fund the genocide. Good, I'm glad. I hope they kill more babies. By the way, which side is killing babies again? Can you, like, clarify that for me? Thank you very much. But anyways. That plushie came from back when Ethan was still, like, really early on the career. Like, this was before the podcast, I'm pretty sure. They were selling those little plushies. And Hila would hand make them. And they gave one to iDubbbz. And he's like, fucking it. The Jews? Oh, okay. I guess Palestinians haven't killed any babies. That's my bad. Another interesting thing about this intro, so he ends it with him running off into, like, the woods and everything, which I guess is supposed to be him hunting down Ethan. But if you remember in, like, the old Content Cops, he would usually have, like, a friend or Chad or somebody dressed up like the person he was going after, and he would be doing it out, like, I don't know if I'd say he'd be doing it out in public, but he would be doing it, like, out in the open, like, in an area like this. In an area like this, or like on a beach or something like that. But like this intro mostly takes place like inside of this cabin. Oh my god.
What's up, everybody?
This is like the
I'm
worst part of the
Israel-Palestine
video.
broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything?
You know what would really help this bit? This is like this exemplifies how lazy Hassan is, even for a skit, bro. Even for something against his own enemy. Look at what his glasses do here.
I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that.
Do you not see how the lenses are distorted? You know what that means, right? It means those are prescription glasses. You couldn't even buy fake glasses to help you with the bit. Like, you couldn't, like, it's not a big deal, right? But it speaks to the overall lazy mentality of Hassan that he can't even go that little extra mile to buy fake. You can buy fake glasses are super easy to buy. You couldn't, especially for a millionaire, multi-millionaire like Hassan Piker, Hamas Piker over here. Like, you can't even go that slight little extra mile to get some fake glasses to put on. It's like, it's so exemplary of the kind of like person Hassan is when it comes to like putting into effort into anything. Yeah, exactly. Where is the commitment to the bit? There is none. Also, what is the point of being like, he's more attractive than me physically? It's like, when I think the point is that he's lying. The joke is that Ethan's right about everything, including things he hasn't said. Like, I'm assuming that you know what that probably is. That's probably a DGG point. That's probably a DGG point to say that he wears fake glasses to make himself look smarter. Can I get a drinking booze, smoking pot, drinking booze, smoking pot? I guess I just said it. But like, that must be a DGG point, because why else would you bring up something like that if it wasn't brought up by Ethan? Because from Hassan's mentality and from everyone on Hassan's side's mentality, everything Ethan's criticizing comes from DGG and not from Ethan's own opinions. The whole bringing up the attractiveness thing too is like, it's a weird point. Like,
I am a vicious...
Like, one of the biggest criticisms against it, this joke would work better if Ethan ever claimed he was more attractive. He didn't. Yeah, no, the joke doesn't work. As a matter of fact, one of the main criticisms Hassan gets is the only reason why he's as popular as he is because he's an attractive male. So therefore, he's an attractive male for his teenage audience to like latch onto, because they're like, oh my god, not only is he left wing, but he's also hot. Like, the criticism is he is attractive, so that it doesn't even make sense on like a conceptual level.
Mentalist, radical was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist.
I don't know what any of those terms mean, but I know what radical means. He is 100% a radical. He's radical in so many of his opinions. And Ethan literally showed the clip where Hassan admits that he presents himself with having softer views in order to get into more mainstream pockets of left-wing media and stuff. Like, that's been admitted by Hassan himself. But as always, Hassan literally Hassan and his fucking, his ilk will just fucking gaslight anyone that tries to criticize him into being like, oh, well, I was always a communist. I was always far left. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's been very obvious.
I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is...
I don't think... Okay, I'm going to say this. I don't even think Hassan is actually anti-Semitic. He's anti-American. And because America supports Israel, therefore, he's anti-Israel, which comes off as anti-Semitic.
More attractive than me, both physically and also mentally.
You know what? I might say I do think mentally Ethan is more attractive than Hassan. I will say, because it says a lot that Ethan was willing. He didn't watch the whole thing, but he was willing to at least start a reaction to this video the day it came out. Not just the day, I think like within an hour of it coming out, Ethan sat down and reacted to it. Hassan has still not, can anybody in chat check for me? How many months has it been since the content cop came out? Or the content nuke came out on Hassan? It's been like months now, no? Also make sure you guys like the stream, alright? Alright, anyways, let's continue.
Lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content.
I probably have fake glasses in my fucking drawer somewhere. Like, how hard is it to just, for the bit, get some fake glasses?
Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Oh! Alright, look. I know there's a controversial take. I think Frogan normally, just on her face, you know, not taking any other attributes of her personality or body into account, I think face-wise, on a good day, Frogan's like a 6. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, be careful about the amount of makeup you apply to your face, because this is horrifying. That is horrifying. Why is she so caked up? And not in the not in the down bad way. Why is she caked up she's caked up the makeup, bro? Like, it is it is so much. Oh my god.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Why is he here? Can anyone in the chat explain, other than the fact that he is, and no offense, but you know what, full offense, other than the fact that he's literally black and he was tangentially related to Ethan, why is this guy here? Not that I want Mike from PA here, but Mike from PA is a far more relevant character to have on here than Sean DeBlack. Why is he on here? I don't understand.
Wake up. Tunes anyone? Just wake up.
I don't get it, okay?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
That is...
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
That is scary. That is very... By the way, I don't care what kind of getup she has. This is a white bitch, alright? So you're white, you're like ethnic... he needed a black to further prove he changed from his racist ways. I could honestly see that as a reason as well. Not just the fact that he's black, but because having a black person on is his repentance for having said the N-word in the past.
Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Oh my god.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm trying to get a shot of everybody on.
Wake up. Tunes anyone? Just wake up.
Alright, so we have a white man here. She's practically white. I don't know what her actual ethnicity is, but she's very clearly mostly white.
Wake up.
Wake
He is...
up.
So Hassan, anybody that's been watching us has known about Hassan long enough, knows that he is literally white or Turkish depending on the situation at hand. When he needs to call white people cracker and other like things like that, he is white. Oh, I'm white. I can say things like that. Dude, I'm a white guy. You know, I know about being privileged and this and that. But when he needs to defend himself and call other people racist, bro, you're literally talking to a Turkish guy. You're talking to a Muslim. Oh, Mike, when Ethan initially found out about this video, one of the co-hosts said something like, What if he brings all of them in to call out the person? How funny. No, yeah, I saw Ethan's reaction to it. It was pretty great.
Wake up,
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna do
This is just embarrassing. This is like actually embarrassing.
react content yet, chat.
By the way, are both the women not even doing the dance right?
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna do
I need
react
to I need to stop going back every time Frokin shows up. It's like, it's like a jump scare. Why? Like, oh my god. I'm going to set up a script that chat can jump scare you with Frogan when they donate a certain amount. If you could do that, like something that I could put in my OBS, that would actually be amazing, Miss K. Like, oh, when someone donates $20, like, oh my god, Miss K, can you bass boost it as well? Not so it's really loud, but so it's really distorted. Like, that's actually a fucking hilarious idea. Someone donates $20. Wake up! Oh god.
content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan. Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Finally found Jeff the Killer origin picture. It was Frogan. Yeah. I love Sabra hummus. So there's her, the bitch that was behind the whole Sabra thing, or one of them, bringing up Sabra hummus, which, you know, iDubbbz is going to defend because he's actually a retard. So, it's actually so fitting. It's actually, that's too high, $50. Look, I said $20. That's the price point for that, all right? $20 for the Frogan jump scare, okay?
I love Sabra hummus.
This is actually such a fitting image for what iDubbbz is doing for this whole video. I should have grabbed this for NextJet and had him have this as the thumbnail. Like, this would actually have worked out better. Oh, give me a second, guys. My abuela is calling me. All right, we are back. That is more symbolic than him ripping up the Content Cop uniform. Yeah. Oh yeah, he like rips apart the Content Cop uniform. So I guess that's him saying that, like, oh, this is like the last Content Cop like ever, which is like, wow, what a way to go out. Ugh.
All right. I didn't plan
Get it, guys? It's funny because he's naked, like back in the Filthy Frank days. Wow.
on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that.
Yes.
H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like,
when's the last time Sargon of Akkad has even been like relevant? Like, how brain rotted are you from like 2016 that among the names of people you think of, Sargon of Akkad pops up?
oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell
Context, that's the day that CPS was called on him. All right, I'm going to keep bringing that up because iDubbbz refuses to do that.
you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but
Why is this why is the image quality so bad
there are a lot
here?
of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk.
I also love him explaining who Ethan is as if he wasn't the biggest collaborator outside of Maximofo. Well, I don't think that's the intent. I think the intent is iDubbbz probably anticipated a lot of so here's the it's a really weird roundabout thought process. But I think iDubbbz is explaining this because a few factors. One, he probably figures that most of his audience from back when he collabed with Ethan a lot aren't around anymore because he gave up Content Cop. Two, he assumes that a lot of Hassan's audience is now going to become part of his audience. So he's explaining it for them. But then, three, a counterpoint to all that, a lot of Hassan's audience already know about H3 because they knew about H3 through Leftovers. So it's like no matter how you look at it, it's weird for him to explain it. Like, the only thing I can think is that he's just explaining it for anybody that's new to his channel. But at this point in time, despite having, well, how many subscribers does the H3 podcast have, actually? I don't actually know. Because I know the H3 podcast has more subs than actual H3 channel. 2.17 million. Or 2.7 million. And how many subs does H3 have? Oh, here it is. 5. Yeah, so he has more subs than both of those channels. But aside from Content Cop, because Content Cop blew up because obviously it's the first Content Cop in years, 6.3 million views, right? But if you look at his other videos, 500K, 200K, all great views, by the way, but like comparatively, or comparatively, 350K, 800K, 751K, you know, like none of these are passing 1 million views, right? His response is, oh wow, H3's response has passed 1 million views. But how many views does that podcast usually get? It's 500K. Well, I can't get a good view there. Yo, what's up, Traden? All right, so like 500K. He gets pretty consistent 500K. Like it doesn't seem to drop below 500K. This hit 1.4K, which is crazy for a stream. So like they're pretty comparative when it comes to like views and whatever. You know, subscribers right before it, he was on his way to 10 million and just lowered all the way back to 6 million. Wait, did iDubbbz lose subscribers from this Content Cop? Can someone clarify that in chat?
Talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific
That's my birthday.
conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask.
Wait. This is interesting. So when it comes to using clips for Ethan, the only clips that he was going to use in this segment seem to come from H3. I think he gained some. Oh, well, that's a shame. He only uses it from the podcast. This is not from Hassan's own Twitch stream. This is from the Young Turks.
Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that that may be a war crime. It literally is.
Was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time...
Oh, wait. Interesting thing about this clip, right? So when Ethan was reacting to it, Dan found that literally 4 days after this on Twitter, Ethan made a comment about the continuing issues between Palestinians and Israel. Like, just because Ethan isn't being political on his show or talking about it on his show does not mean that he is not aware of it. His wife is literally, like, well, they both lived in Israel, but his wife is literally an Israeli. And his wife's family all live there, I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, of course he's gonna be up to date. Like, does that mean his political analysis is as deep as Hassan's? Well, it depends what you think about how deep Hassan's political analysis goes. Because Hassan's political analysis is pretty much America bad, the West bad. That is the entirety of his political analysis. He's literally said as much. He's literally said, if you can take one thing from this, I think he calls his stream a broadcast. If you can take one thing from this broadcast, understand that whatever the narrative is that comes from the West American viewpoint, if you go against that, you will almost always be right. Bro, how hard is it to say personally I agree with Hassan politically, but I don't agree with the harassment of his children? What is the problem with a statement like that? I don't know. All except her brother, pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, finally someone logical. I feel like I can find anyone not giving Ethan hate. Well, that's what I'm here to do. Not give Ethan hate. Although, no, I'm just... what is up, Megan Greenlee?
Analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know? We don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer. So this is very much not true. Hassan is not a strictly political streamer. The amount of times Hassan is doing, he is drama content with a political twist on it. How many times is he debating like low brain retards like Andrew Tate? Or didn't he debate that one guy who was like a senator's son and then he lost that trans debate? So Hassan went on to tell a trans viewer that he hopes every day of their life is as bad as it is every day. Like, Hassan has multiple times, like, he is not strictly just political, like reading the news and shit like that. He is drama. He's like a political drama YouTuber or Twitch streamer. They're very...
And again, just because you mainly cover something does not make you an expert on that more than someone that doesn't, all right? How often do I cover like music on my channel? How often do I do like streams where I'm explaining music theory or my knowledge on all the music I know? It's not the main content I do. But I've been playing guitar for, and this is just an analogy, obviously. I've been playing guitar for 15 years now. I was in a band for 10 years. I've listened to music that dates back all the way to the 30s, all the way to current year. I listen to genres from all over. Like, I have a vast wealth. I'm not even saying I'm an expert on this kind of stuff, but I have a vast wealth of musical knowledge. All right? That doesn't mean that someone else that covers that type of stuff knows more than me or that I know more than them. You can't just base what someone's expertise is on simply based on the fact of what they cover, all right? Like, if there's a guy that does like analysis videos on film, that does not inherently mean they know more about film than me or anyone else, okay? You could give them the benefit of the doubt, but that does not automatically make them an authority on any particular topic. Again, what was that? Yo, Teddy Hamas, thank you for the $15. All right, so for anybody that wasn't here at the start, we do have, if you can see here, there's a wheel. So we're doing a bit of a challenge. I am doing like a proper reaction and commentation over this, but we have a wheel here. Every time we make $15, actually, let me reset the goal now because we hit it. Oh, okay, no, just play it again. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to mute that. Okay, let's see. Okay, so every time we make a total of $15, so that could be someone donating $50, that could be 3 different people donating $5. Every time we hit $15 total, we will spin this wheel, which will either restart the whole video, rewind it by 5 minutes, or slow it down by 10%. So let's see what we got here. Okay, we gotta go back 5 minutes. Wait, I think we're only 5 minutes into the video too. Fuck. Okay, no, okay, so we gotta go to 136. All right. But anyways, my bigger point is that just because someone talks about a specific topic, a lot does not automatically make them authority on it, you know? Like, by that logic, I don't know. It's just, it's not a good one-to-one because you don't know what someone, just because someone doesn't cover something publicly does not mean that they are not knowledgeable in it privately, you know? Ethan's wife is literally Israeli. Like, and despite the fact that she's Israeli, don't let Hassan and his ilk gaslight you. Understand that Ethan, for years, has been pro-Palestine. He just thinks that Israel should exist, but he doesn't agree with the way the government fights back. That is the biggest thing that you have to understand. Ethan is like 90% of the way to the same opinion on the conflict that H3 and all these people are. But because he doesn't think that there should be a one-state solution where Israel is destroyed and gotten rid of, he is the villain now. Do not let Hassan and his ilk gaslight you into thinking otherwise. All right, let's continue. So we have to start from 136.
From a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How?
The fact these people literally view Ethan as on the right is hilarious.
Wake up.
No, the very idea that they call him a Zionist, anyone to call him a Zionist or call him pro-Israel is absolutely ridiculous because the only pro-Israel that Ethan is that it should exist. He believes that Israel should exist as a place for Jews to call a home. That's pretty much the bottom line. On anything else, he is on the Palestinian side. He's literally donated to that side of the conflict, you know? Good afternoon, Kangaloo.
Wakey, Ethan.
I think the one
Ethan, wake up.
I think the one I'm most dreading out of these wheel options, by the way, is slowing it down. Because rewinding it or restarting it is not that big of a deal, especially early on. But when we have to start slowing it down, that's actually going to be torture.
Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh, God. Oh, no, I got to see Frogan again.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
You are a dumb bitch.
Ethan, wake up.
Oh, my God.
Ethan,
Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Nobody's telling me to wake up.
Yummy, I love shawarmas.
Wake up.
Ethan. Wake up.
By the way, make sure you guys like the stream. Also, even if it was true that the content Tenugo was taken out of context, this content. Oh no, yeah, like even if you want to argue, take a shot every time Frogan shows up on stream. Fuck no, because then I'll just throw it up. I watched almost everything at 2 times speed. I watch things at usually at 1.25 or 1.5 speed. That's how I usually watch content. But yeah, even if you want to argue things in the content nuke were taken out of context, the biggest piece of context required to understand why Ethan and Hila were pissed off at iDubbbz and Anissa is the fact that CPS was called on them. And that's not in that's not in the damn video. That's the biggest piece of context, and he took it out. That and Bad Empanada. Two huge things. I don't think Bad Empanada was brought up in the original content nuke because I think Ethan didn't want to give him attention. So that's why it was like a big deal for Ethan. I could be misremembering. I'm pretty sure. If the Alonzon slow down the video, is there a way for it to go back to normal, or is it permanent? So if you look here, very tiny white slices, I did put speed up 5%. So there is a 2% chance that it lands on speed up, and it'll go back up 5%. So it could go back up, but it's a very unlikely. I mean, there's a chance we don't ever get slow down, but we get speed up, and then we have to watch it faster, which that'd be great for me. Hey, Mike. Yo, what is up, Minna? But yes, every $15, we spin this wheel, all right? There's no good way to say this. What is it, Minna? Are you going to call me Stinky?
On H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out
I'm on the way to Asheville, so I'll be lurking. All right, sounds good, Kangaloo. You stink. That's not very nice.
Attacked first.
If it was simply a normal thing where Ethan is just getting hate and criticism from people and Ethan is yelling at Ian to defend him, then yes, Ian would have a point. I don't know. Okay, let's say the CPS thing wasn't involved. I still think it'd be fair for Ethan to want Ian and Anissa to speak up, but his way of going about it would be way over top, right? But the fact that CPS was called, and Ian and Anissa, who have been to their house, that have seen their children, that have known them for years, can't muster up and just be like, hey, look, Ethan and Hila, we don't agree with them politically. We don't agree with them on their opinions on Israel and Palestine. And we don't agree, and we actually line up with Hassan on most things, but, we know that they're good parents. Unless, here's the counterfactual. If Ian and Anissa know and have proof that Ethan and Hila are terrible parents and have terrible houses, then on the reverse side, it is incumbent upon them to bring attention to that, because then their kids are actually in an abusive situation, but they're not going to bring attention to it. Obviously, if that was the case, they would put that in the content cop, but they didn't, because that's probably not true, because Ethan and Hila are probably perfectly fine parents. Maybe even good. I don't know them personally.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right wingers.
I'm gonna start marking down where we do like I gotta start marking down where we do rewind and shit like that, so that way I know when I can continue on with my commentary. All the guy had to say is, look, man, we agree with Hassan's side on most things, but you guys are going too far with this shit, and he'll be good. Like, yeah, that's literally all you have to say. Like, look, we don't agree with them. Like, he was like, oh, we don't agree with the harassment. Why can't you just be like, look, man, we haven't spoken up because we don't want to get involved. But the fact that CPS has been called means that a line has been crossed, all right? We don't endorse any of our fans to do that, and if we know anyone that is directly responsible for it, we disavow them, and we will take... Like, the fact that Ethan literally proves that Denim's 100% was culpable... I think that's the right word. I'm smart, okay? Don't question me. Was culpable in CPS being called means that, you know, you're an adult. You can be friends with whoever you want. So if you don't want to throw Denim's away as a friend from all the years you've known Denim's, which is probably not surpassing 2, maybe 3 years. But if you don't want to throw Denim's away as a friend, fine. As an adult, that's your prerogative. But you should heavily disavow that and heavily criticize that. That's the least you should do for someone like Ethan and Hila, who've literally been defending you for years. Had you on when everyone was on their ass. Like, it's so shitty. I love how you introduced this segment like as if he's more relevant than Ethan and people would know. See, I don't think that's the right read. I was mentioning it earlier. I think the correct read of this is he is expecting a lot of new audience to come in from this video, mainly from Hassan's audience. But he's expecting new people to show up, so that's why he's explaining who Ethan is.
Oh, that's 100 shavers, you trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
It's just eating the toppings out. The pizza looked like a burned victim.
So interesting. I was mentioning it earlier, but interesting point here. If you watched Ethan's initial reaction to the content cop, Dan found a clip or found a tweet 4 days after this where Ethan was talking about the Palestinian-Israel conflict with him being pro-Palestine in that tweet. But because he doesn't talk about it on his podcast, that means he has no knowledge and knows nothing about the conflict.
It was all...
Ethan was defending him at the beginning of his downfall, which was just people calling him a cuck and he couldn't defend them when CPS was literally called. Yeah, exactly. He defended it. He literally... The degree of the harassment that they were facing... Ian was having his wife called a whore and he was being called a cuck. And he was getting backlash. That is the extent of the harassment that Ian and Anissa were getting, and Ethan stood up for them. Ethan has CPS called on him and brought to his house. Mum's the word. Mum's the word for Ian. It's actually despicable. It's actually despicable.
Disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy.
No, Mike. Let's say Ethan was mistreating his child and Ian chose to speak out now. In this hypothetical scenario, why wouldn't Ian speak out before? Well, you could make the defense that Ian waited to speak out on the content cop because that would get the most eyes on the situation. So you can make that argument. But again, that's like, it's not even worth talking about that because we know that's not the fact. Because if it was the fact, someone would have brought it up by now with facts, not with bad empanada literally lying.
It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know? We don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
I have to say, to call Hassan's audience politically savvy is maybe the most that has to be among the top 3 most retarded things that iDubbbz says in his video. To call Hassan's teenage young adult audience politically savvy, and I'm not gonna act like I'm politically savvy, you know, I keep my ear out, but like if someone in chat were to ask me my actual opinion on Israel-Palestine, I don't know. I've seen a lot from when I used to watch Destiny and from his research on the whole thing, and I lean more towards Israel regarding post October 7th, but even then I don't have a strict opinion on it because I don't, like, again, I don't have the research on that. The Mike the Bike audience is more politically savvy. Well, that might actually be true because Hassan's audience are a bunch of retarded cultists. That's literally what it is. Hassan's audience is a cult. They're stuck in a cult. The cult of personality being, of course, Hassan. That would be a great parody to do, Cult of Personality on Hassan. And that's a great song. It was just super hard on guitar, so I don't even know if I could do that, but that could be fun. Hold on, let's go back a little bit.
Follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progression.
That is not that is not propaganda. From the river to the sea, literally, that's literally what it means. That is like the cry for a one-state solution on the side of the Palestinians. That is not propaganda. To say that is propaganda would mean you are politically, you're not even politically illiterate, you're verbally illiterate. Like, that's like when PewDiePie did that meme and had the death to all Jews thing, and everyone's like, well, that doesn't mean death to all Jews, all right? It's like that's not a good example because that was supposed to be a joke. But like, I'm trying to think of a good example. What's another extremist slogan that we can use? Calling out Ethan for propaganda to defend Hassan when Hassan proudly called himself a propagandist? Yes, yes. Hassan's audience literally can't think for themselves? That is true. Actually have only correct opinions? Well, that's because you're a Mike the Bike. Because you're a biker, all right? If you're a biker, you're always right.
Progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking left.
Israel again blocks Gaza aid, further risking lives.
Like mega lefties talking about.
All right.
Like it's some super racist, like crazy.
Isn't it awesome that rather than actually give actual arguments, he's just showing headlines? Isn't that awesome? Also, notice that he's talking about Gaza when Ethan's talking about like actual in Israel. Show any normal person who isn't terminally online, they would call literally all of my normie friends, which like all my IRL friends, which most of them are not online. They've either never heard of Hassan. Like, don't let the size of certain audiences trick you into thinking certain people are more popular than they are. Like, Hassan getting on to like mainstream media stuff is kind of worrying, but that does not automatically mean he is mainstream yet. He's getting there, which is concerning. But don't get tricked, all right? I think the average person either doesn't know who Hassan is, and everybody else that I know that does know who Hassan is think he's a crazy, like, extremist. That's literally, and that's not me telling them my opinions on Hassan, because I don't really talk to, when I talk to my IRL friends about YouTube stuff, it's literally just about my YouTube shit, what I'm doing on my stream, what songs I'm doing. I don't really talk to them like, oh my god, I watched this video on like Hassan or whatever, because they're just not gonna have any. It would be more work to explain to them the backstory of the topic I'm talking about than to just not talk about it altogether. So that's why I don't normally talk to my IRL friends about all the online shit, all right? So yeah, most of my friends either have never heard of Hassan, or if they have, they think he's like an insane extremist.
Like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
Like, I'm telling you, most of the friends I know that have heard of Hassan, they only know about him because of the America deserved 9/11 clip, which is great. That is what he should be remembered for. Hassan should be remembered for saying that America deserved 9/11. That is one thing that he should be remembered for. Actual garbage person.
Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it, and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no? Did I not go there?
And it's all culminated...
Again, we're ignoring the context. Why is he talking about Frogan? Well, Frogan, basically on October 7th made a tweet being like, oh, people want like a revolution, but when it happens in the Middle East, now people get all like she calls the October 7th terrorist attack the revolution, like insanity. Among other things Frogan has said, Frogan has literally said that she hopes that veterans get PTSD and they don't get any help when they come back to America. What else? Like, Denims was literally endorsing the comments Bannon Banata said about calling CPS. The Millhouse dude, I don't remember what his name is. The Millhouse dude, same deal. Like, why? Instead of talking about who he says, who H3 is going against, why can't you bring up why H3 is talking about them? I feel like that's important context.
At least for my story. In Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me.
The only bridges Ethan has burned is with Hassan and with iDubbbz, as far as I understand. Everybody else he was not friends with or had bridges with. Like, that's a stupid thing to say.
Ethan and Hassan's falling out.
My give man a $50 he's broken has to... Okay, I'm not reading that.
I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this tweet. It's stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles.
Notice in the screenshot, it literally says that he's following the guy. Also, I don't think anyone's pointed that out. It's not a huge deal, but it is interesting to see that it's like, oh, we don't have a connection with this guy. Well, you still literally follow him.
Online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet.
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty-year-old, I'm right, you're wrong obsession, you can't get knocked over, their strategy? Stop turning against yourself, man. Listen to Hassan. Again, making Hassan the authority that you need to listen to, and you can't have your own thoughts.
Read it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend.
What I saw is that Ethan is very much prone to anxiety and stress, and having loads of people on his head was a lot. He didn't leave room for self-questioning, instead going in instant defense mode because it challenged too much of his belief experience. Feels fair but immature. The catalyst for the breakoff of Hassan and Ethan was pointing out... Wait, let me see. Yo, thank you for subscribing, George Enrique Zap. I can't read your whole name, but thank you for subscribing. Wasn't like the catalyst of Ethan and Hassan's fallout the fact that when Ethan literally was saying how October 7th was a terrible thing, he was getting backlash on it, and Hassan couldn't defend him? Like, wasn't that like the catalyst for what started their downfall? And they had been having arguments before that. They argued about communism and about how Hassan thinks China's amazing or whatever. Okay, real question. Why is Ian friends with so many people named Frog? Froggy Fresh, not anymore. Froggy Tonic. That lesbian that Lena is gonna fight? I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe he likes frogs.
Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word.
How do you think you are morally above us all? You're judging people based on what they're from. Okay, first of all, Yoav Gallant is not a good guy. Palestinians don't learn to hate Jews at 2 years old, and you know all of that. You see you next Tuesday. I believe they debunked Hila saying that Palestinians are raised to hate Jews at 2 years old because she did not agree with that statement when it was said on the podcast. First of all, Yoav Gallant is not a good guy. Again, they corrected that.
He said they're trying to kill their...
Just learned 2 years before Ethan's dog's death, some H3 fans voiced concerns for his chronic vomiting, pointing to kidney failure. Got shown by other fans. Ethan declined the advice, stayed course, cheeses treats. Fast forward, dog dies of kidney failure at 6 years old.
Dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
Yeah, the bunch of other shit. Can anybody give me I don't recall exactly, but I'm pretty sure did not Froggy call Hila like a baby killer and all the other shit that we're talking about, the CPS shit, like, again, not important to bring up those critical pieces of information.
Sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz' former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter.
All right, guys, I'm about to give a very extreme comparison. So he's saying, look, he found out that this ex-editor of ours was saying all this crazy shit, and he's mad that we didn't say anything about it. But the real question is, who showed him this guy, right? I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, I'll take it back. Is that not equivalent to, like, let's say I find out that Nexaged, let me break it down even simpler. Is that not equivalent to person A finding out that person B is friends with a Nazi, and you getting mad, and person A getting mad at person B for being friends with a Nazi, and person B being like, well, who told you I was friends with a Nazi? How did you find out that information? Does it really matter where the information came from? Isn't the source, isn't like the most important part of the whole situation that you are friendly and associated with someone who is calling Hila a baby killer and you are not saying anything about it? Isn't that the bigger point of the conflict? I feel like where Ethan got this information doesn't even really matter.
Looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen...
By the way, it has been confirmed that Icarus Drowned is not the same Icarus that is a Destiny fan. That has already been proven. Also, it is interesting that Ian is complaining about Ethan getting information off of like random people with low attention. Meanwhile, Ian is pulling from H3 Snark and similar Reddit threads.
Seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to...
Okay. So, interesting. Ethan is doing the same thing. Wow, that was a crazy that was a crazy pause.
Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
Hassan is a terrorist supporter. That is not a lie. That is not propaganda. That is factual. Even if you want to say the Houthi kid was not a Houthi, Hassan literally has played footage from terrorist organizations in support of them. He's literally been like, oh, well, the U.S. considers them a terrorist organization. And then the guy's like, oh, I like what you like. And then he's like, I don't have a problem with them, per se. Also, yes, thank you, man. Calling for CPS and shit is not just mean. We're talking about people that are calling Hila a baby killer and calling CPS on them. That is not the same as calling Hassan a terrorist supporter, which he is.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Right after he says pedophile here, I'm pretty sure that's the same clip where Dan laughs and he's like, wait a minute, what the? And then Ethan's like, oh, I'm joking, you know? Again, it's like a joke. And even if you want to say it's real, then Dan could just sue Ethan for that, can't he?
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi.
Again, context, because Ian forgot to add that this is the same day that CPS was called on them.
That she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many?
That is such a stupid like, oh my God. So, he says, you don't know what's on our feed. Yo, what's up, Stefan Carbino? You don't know what's on our feed. Moments ago, you showed screenshots showing that you have seen the terrible shit Froggy has said, and right after you saying, oh, you know what's on our feed, for all you know, we did see what he said, and we were like, wow, that's terrible. We're not gonna just throw someone away. Ethan isn't even saying for you to throw this guy away, although he probably would have wanted you to, and fairly enough. He's asking you to point out the fact that people are saying this horrendous shit about his wife and calling CPS on them and saying that they killed their dog. Like, why is that? Like, for the man who learned empathy, and the learning of empathy was pretty fresh in the timeline, you seem to lack it for Ethan for some reason. Oh my God.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me
That's probably true, by the way.
on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm... Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy's...
You just wanted him to acknowledge you're going too far. That's it. Yeah, literally just be like, look, calling CPS and calling Hila a wife killer and saying all this stuff is too far. We don't agree. You could even disavow Ethan in that same statement. We disavow how far Ethan has gone and how he's been attacking other people. But we strongly disavow this going on, you know, like it's...
And he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have...
You are a bad friend because someone you have been friends with for 8 years is having one of the biggest harassment campaigns laid upon him that is affecting his children, and you cannot do the bare minimum of saying, hey, we don't support that. We know Ethan and Hila are good parents, and they should not be having CPS called on them. That's something that Hassan can't do. That's something that Denims can't do. That's something that Frogan can't do. But guess what? Hassan is the only one that was friends with him, but that friendship burnt away long ago. And we know the kind of person Hassan is. We already know Hassan would never defend someone that he actively hates. Hassan couldn't, and it's probably for the best because that makes Hassan a little more genuine. The fact that he didn't throw in a nice comment for Ethan at the end of this. None of those people are his friends. You were his friend, and you cannot do the bare minimum of just speaking up and being like, hey, you should not call CPS on his fucking house. I don't want to throw you for having a moment. I'll make an episode of my biggest series that's about talking down a YouTuber instead. Denims is literally one that has a clip out there saying that CPS visits the children at a young age won't affect them because they don't remember. Yes, I remember that. Yeah. Denims doesn't think it's bad because she thinks children, even though on stream she looked up and it confirmed that children can gain memories as young as 4 years old, which I believe that. I have like very vague memories from when I was 4, but trauma doesn't just work with what you can remember. Trauma can work with things that you don't remember. And he says friends with Denim, so I can see her having the same logic thing at a young kid's age. Don't remember anything. Yo, what's up, Mike? Yo, what's up, Javi? By the way, for anybody tuning in, we are doing a challenge here. So for every $15 we make, I will spin this wheel, which will either rewind the video 5 minutes, slow it down 10%, or restart the whole damn thing, which I would not appreciate. But I will have to do. Okay.
Mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing.
Which, mind you, isn't true just because kids don't have a clear memory of things. No, 100%. You don't need to remember things. You don't need to remember things for it to have a traumatic effect on you. Like, that does not need to happen.
Me and everyone in my life is that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I...
It's not about... Yeah, a lot of people gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me. You notice, like, what a self-centered thing to be like, oh yeah, like, make it about me. Let's make it about me real quick.
Apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that he...
That's a great pause. That's a great frame. That is true. That is factually true. Ethan and Hila were probably the biggest defender of iDubbbz when the whole OnlyFans thing happened. That is probably true.
Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless...
Oh, the therapy mumbo jumbo. I know that you're really I know that you're really hurting right now and that you're going through a really tough time, but I think this experience is really good for you, actually. And if we talk about it, you can see how you can come from the flames of your despair and awaken like a phoenix into a brand new you. Cut the fucking bullshit. You don't want to speak up on their behalf because you're afraid of being fucking brutalized by the new fucking friends you've made. That is the most true fucking fact of the matter. That's why you couldn't just make this video on your own. You had to get Hassan and his fucking cohorts on as well because you wanted it to be crystal clear who you're siding with. A lot of people gassed me back then. Okay, but did H3 did you wrong? Yeah, a lot of people gassed at you back then. Was H3 one of them? No. The words empathy, nuance, and matured are ruined for me because of this guy. Yes. Personal morals, principles. Yeah, I think Ian proved that he has none. Of course.
I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend.
All relationships are transactional to a degree. They don't have to be equal. You know, like if you're in a friend group, right? And there's a friend who makes way more money than everyone else, just because they end up like covering the bill for like a lot of things, or because they do a lot more things for everyone else, that does not automatically mean that it is expected of everyone else in that group to throw in that same amount. Like I'm using money as an example because that's very numbers based. It makes it really easy to understand what I'm trying to say. Just because one person puts more into something does not mean everyone has to put in that same amount. But doing little things can really show a lot of your character. Oh, well, I can't pay for dinner, but I can give you a ride if you need to go to the doctor's, or if you need to do, or if you have chores you want to do and you don't want to do it alone, I'll come with you. I'll spend my own time out of my day to spend time with you. There are different ways in which relationships can be transactional that aren't either equal in transaction, but they're equal in meaning. The fact of the matter is the fact that you couldn't speak up about Froggy Tonic or Denims says a lot about your character. The fact that you can't say, hey, when Denims perpetuated the false narrative that Ethan's kids are eating dog shit, that was wrong. The fact that you couldn't say that was wrong says a lot about your character. That's it. That's the bottom line.
And I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison.
Hassan wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle him. Why does he have a picture of Dan here? Oh, wait. I didn't even realize he puts a picture of Dan here. How many times has iDubbbz in this video being like, oh, I don't want to bring in the other members of the H3 crew. Meanwhile, here he has Dan like screaming. I don't know where this is from, but he's got like a clip of Dan here like screaming like a maniac. Like, I guess, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Ela...
That's such a weird comparison to make. This one guy that I follow is not the same as one of your employees. Okay, so it should be that much easier for you. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, I am less close to this person. Therefore, for some reason, it's harder. It's harder for you to just call this person out. If this person doesn't mean anything to you, it should literally be no skin off your back to be like, hey, this guy is saying some horrendous shit that is not true about Ethan and Ela. Like, it should be that much easier.
Bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Ela, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made
Retarded comparison. Trisha Paytas. Okay. In this comparison, Ethan is in the place of Ian. Adam McIntyre is in the place of Froggy Tonic, and Trisha is in the place of Ethan. Ethan and Trisha were not friends at this point. They were like, their connection was broken. And Adam McIntyre just basically said that your kid is the spawn of Satan. This does not involve any real life reactions such as CPS being called. This is not an accusation on Trisha Paytas' character, like calling Trisha a baby killer. And again, Ethan and Trisha are not friends at the time. So it's not the same really at all, with the comparison being that you and Ethan were friends and all he wants is for you to call out this fucking guy.
a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who...
I just explained it. It is not an identical situation. It's totally different. Like, on the face, it's different.
Who ends up being the good
I
guy?
wonder what H3 would have done, from Ian's point of view, bend down and take it without saying anything. I wonder why Ian passes like a spineless crowd. Dude sounds like he's against any defense. Also, the joke of her baby being spawn of Satan is the same joke that they say all the time of the whole Queen Elizabeth thing. The song literally has posters of Queen Elizabeth in his bedroom with her eyes crossed out.
Guys, in this story, you know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally?
Ian's like perspective on this is so weird. Now, I'm pretty sure Ethan does consider himself friends or at least acquaintanced with Olivia, not just employee. But why do you feel that this just shows that Ian is like in emotion on an emotional intelligence level a fucking child? Why? Think about this really quickly, chat. Why does Ethan feel like iDubbbz has more responsibility to speak up for him as a friend than someone who is an employee and light friend? Why would someone that you are closer with have more of a responsibility to stick up for you than someone that you are not closer with? Well, that's strange. Also, the third element of this, or I guess the third element of this, the third part of this, the person they are speaking about, what is Adam McIntyre doing comparable to what Froggy Tonic is doing? Well, Adam McIntyre is being a piece of shit and saying terrible things. Froggy Tonic is doing the same thing. The degree of severity is different. Why would Ethan be more angry when Froggy Tonic is saying things like Hila is a baby killer and that CPS should be called? Why is that more severe than Adam McIntyre just being a piece of shit? Like, it's so on the surface retarded how stupid iDubbbz sounds in this video. It's like, it's kind of unbelievable how retarded he sounds.
Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy.
Not the hard R, OMG. Yeah, exactly. How weird is it that iDubbbz took like Ethan defending Olivia and made it like a negative thing? Like that's like a literal snarker thing to do. It's so weird.
Crazy how
he threw it. He had that pass. He threw it out when he lacked the capacity to speak up. So true.
Warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking...
I don't want to throw the employees under the bus, but I'm going to keep mentioning them throughout this video. And I had a clip of Dan, a picture of Dan earlier where he looked like insanely pissed off.
Foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, cause like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just gonna use it later.
Of course I was gonna stand.
What a weird, like, hindsight revisionist thing to do. Be like, oh, when you made this statement, that means that all those years ago when you were defending us over the cuck shit, you were planning to use that in the future for us to defend you? How does that make any sense? When you stand up for a friend, unless you're an extremely manipulative person, you don't just automatically assume that that friend is going to back you up in the future, but you would hope that's the case. You would hope that over time, when you are being a good friend and defending your friends, that you build up a rapport that when shit hits the fan, they will come up for you as well. Yo, Breezy! Thank you for the $15. We are reacting to the Content Cop H3. And basically, whenever we make $15, we spin this wheel. It doesn't even have to be $15 direct. It could be $15 accumulatively. So if we get 3 donations of $5, we'll spin this wheel. And one of 3 things will happen. We'll either rewind the video 5 minutes, restart the whole thing, or slow down the video by 10%. So let's see what we get this time. And if you guys want to see the percentages and what is it called? The fuck, what's the word? I'm blanking out. The probabilities. If you want to see the probabilities, they're down in the description. We got the rewind, 5 minutes. It's 60% for a rewind, 16% for a slowdown, 16% for a restart, 6% for respin, and 2%. 2%. I can't speak anymore. 2% for a speed up. All right, so we got to go back 5 minutes. It's rewind time. All right. Oh, I should have gotten that on the soundboard. All right, so we're going from 1918 to 1418. But to finish on this point real quick, it's kind of ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, like, why is it that Hila being justifiably angry that who she thought was her girl, that's why she's saying her girl, who she thought was her girl, wouldn't stand up for her? Why is it wrong for her to be upset about that when they've defended them in the past. It's just something that you would hope to get from your friends. I think anybody that's not like supremely autistic or has terrible friendships, like anybody that has good friendships would understand that, you know, not for everything, not undyingly. You don't want friends that'll just blindly protect you for everything, because then you can't get any good feedback. You don't want to be in an echo chamber, but you want friends who will defend you within a reasonable, for a reasonable thing. It is not unreasonable for Ethan and Hila to expect iDubbbz and Anissa to defend them when CPS is being called on them. I have to keep reiterating. I know I'm bringing up CPS like every 5 minutes, but that is a severe thing that was left out of this video that needs to be remembered, that a lot of these clips that they use of Ethan and Hila being pissed off was the same exact day that CPS was called on them. That needs to be reiterated, because it is an extremely important fact of the matter that iDubbbz so wisely left out of his fucking dog shit video. All right, we're at 14:19 now.
It's on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want...
Also, last minute decision. If you notice on the screen, I put the goal at 150. That's because I'm going to reset the goal every 150. Every time we hit 150, I'm going to spin the wheel twice for that. So that means like it's 11 spins for every 150 I make, pretty much. That's the reason why I've set it up that way.
Someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there
That's the picture I was mentioning of Dan.
This guy that I follow on Twitter is not
Yo,
in the
what's
same
up, Franco?
relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting. It's a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking
Yo, what's up, guys? Pop
situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And
does anybody know, banned from commenting for 24 hours, apparently I can still live chat though? I wouldn't know. Bro, the top comments for this video are so based. Wait, really? Since the last content cop, I have gotten 2 degrees and had 3 children. Wait, is this top? Yeah. This video makes me realize maybe I'm not as chronically as most people. This is a huge day for leftists who are edgy teens in 2017. Ian is the reason they're a chair facing the bed in hotel rooms. All I'm getting for this so far is that Joji is the one who truly wants. So true. Now this is a recession indicator. Since the last content cop, I became addicted to drugs. All right. Because they weren't. Yeah, exactly. They weren't friends. Like it's not the same thing. We already went over this.
You don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend.
Oh yeah, and I missed this.
Weird, fucking uncomfortable.
Isn't it so weird to just be like, oh, the reason why you're being nice to Olivia is because you're afraid of wrongful termination and lawsuits? What? Like, couldn't she just quit if the environment is that bad? Do you think Anissa makes Ian clean up after Hassan finished with her? All right. Yes. It's so weird. It's such a weird comment to make.
Situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rape.
I don't understand the infant. It's not a weird comment. It's a valid question. Oh, you mean what Yo-Yo Pizza Boy did? Well, I already answered. I said yes. But it's such a weird infantilization of the H3 crew to be like, he's like so hard defending them as if they are people that cannot just speak for themselves. When Dan and Ethan have greatly disagreed many times on the podcast before, like Ethan constantly invites his other cast to disagree with him. Could you imagine Hassan having a podcast with the amount of employees that Ethan has and having to deal with the there is no way Hassan would allow any pushback on any project he does. That would not be allowed. They would be fired. That's why Hassan doesn't have a podcast like that. The only way I see Ethan as the villain is by forgetting that this was all started by Frogan being borderline anti-Semitic to Ethan and Ethan silently unfollowing her. Well, that still wouldn't make Ethan the villain. That would make Frogan the villain. Because Ethan tried to unfollow her, just being like, okay, well, I'll unfollow you. He didn't make a big deal out of it. Frogan's the one that made a big deal out of it. So even in that situation, Hassan wouldn't be the... Ethan wouldn't be the villain. Hassan level deflection, wouldn't be surprised. He wrote the whole script. I wouldn't be surprised either.
Rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was
also,
not
what's up,
like
Toxic Dome?
Not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times. Because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use...
All right, we're back to where we were before the last $15.
Of course I was gonna stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Okay, so have you seen this before? I haven't seen the video like on its own before. I've seen other people react to it. So, you know, my ideas, I'm not going to act like I'm not influenced by other information. But, you know, I have my own thoughts on things, you know. I mean, they're probably going to line up with people like Nick and Ethan anyways. But how crazy is it? So, let's break this down. Hila, and again, the context that is, I will keep bringing this up because it is abhorrent that it was not put into this video for the context. CPS was called on Ethan and Hila the day they were recording the bit that he is showing. So, Hila is amazed that Anissa won't stand up for her on the day that CPS was called on them. The reasoning that iDubbbz says that we're not going to defend you is because, and I'm not going to even bother with the whole percentages of, you know, what Anissa is. I'm just going to use, because I know we've seen that she's only 8% Arab or whatever. So I'm not even going to bother with that. We're just going to use what iDubbbz says, all right? So iDubbbz says she is half Irish, half Lebanese, right? Irish people have gone through a lot of oppression and what did he say? I want to use his words exactly.
Times to propaganda attacks from the ideation and genocide. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide.
So, Irish have faced a lot of oppression and genocide. Lebanese have faced a lot of oppression and genocide and attacks from the IDF. Okay, sure. Let's go with that. For that reason, you're not going to defend Hila for having CPS called on them? What is the relevancy to that? The only way that's relevant is because you don't think Hila deserves a defense, either because she is an Israeli or because they support the existence of Israel, which neither have anything to do with whether Ethan and Hila warrant CPS being called on them. Not even if Ethan was 100, which you already know. We already know that Ethan is mostly pro-Palestine with the caveat that he thinks that Israel should exist. We already know that. But let's say, for argument's sake, Ethan and Hila were 100% Israel, pro-Israel. They hate Palestine. They don't want Palestine to exist. That does not play any role as to whether or not CPS should be called on them. That has no relevancy. One. Two, it is very strange to play the oppression game about the Irish and the Lebanese. Chat, basic history lesson. Have the Jews been through a lot of oppression and genocide? I'm calling back to the Holocaust here. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Pretty unknown event. Why would, like, I'm not even saying, because I don't know the history of the Lebanese or the Irish, so I'm not even gonna say who has it worse or whatever. But why even bring up the oppression Olympics here when you know who you're talking to is Jewish, and the Jews have been behind a lot of oppression and genocide through their history? Why is that at all relevant? It is not in the slightest bit relevant to CPS being called. It makes no sense at all to bring that up. Oh, you know who has been behind a lot of oppression and genocide? Well, many races and people have been through that. Jews are chief among them. Like, what an insane, weird thing to point out.
The part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit.
Yo, Kiko, thank you for the $15. All right, it's time to spin the wheel again. All right, we're going back 5 minutes again. Oh, fuck. I'm just glad we haven't gotten any of the slowdown ones. All right, we're going to go back to 1449. I'm not even saying like it's wrong to bring up that the Irish and the Lebanese have been oppressed, but why is that being used as a point against a Jewish couple who have also been like the Jew? Like what a strange what a strange thing to bring up. It doesn't really make any sense to me.
And denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want
Thank you, Kiko.
Who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week.
Literally, like, everyone is related to someone who came from war or genocide. Doesn't even, yeah, like, I mean, like, I know the leftists, like, would probably say white people haven't gone through any oppression. Well, the Irish is a great example of white people that have gone through oppression and genocide. Like almost everybody's history is lined with some level of oppression and genocide. To what degree varies from people to people. I would probably say the Jews, you know, and I'm not a history buff. I could be wrong. Maybe they're not even in the top 10. But from the very like surface level history that I know, I'll probably put Jews in the top 10 of people that have been through a lot of oppression and genocide. You know, like it's such a weird thing to bring up.
3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing.
I'm probably going to have a lot to say for the next 5 minutes because I've already went through this twice now.
And he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
Tier
I
list
was
of
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't gonna.
Tier list of each race that I had it worse. Wow, I would need someone that knows more about history. Maybe Sherry could help me with that because I know Sherry knows a lot about history.
And
a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like,
again,
what is it, 3 years
we've been through this now twice, but just to reiterate, in case somebody missed it, the major difference is that Ethan and Trisha were not friends. Ethan and Ian were friends. That is like the significant difference between the situations that he's bringing up.
I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible
his brain got melted by the whole Sam Hyde thing. Like he is he is fucking lobotomized, bro.
Paint themselves as the good guys and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things.
Also, do we have a confirmation on what the whole thing with the gold tooth is? Because I don't remember him having a gold tooth before this video.
Who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
I cry for Anissa every time I look at potato hummus. That's funny.
Olivia, you're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything. But like, what a fucking piece of shit! What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Okay, Olivia did not do anything, and
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally, or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia.
That's such a weird accusation. That has like no basis in anything.
You end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss.
It's just snark rhetoric? Yeah, pretty much.
To confront my boss and say, Today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, cause like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just gonna use it later.
Of course I was gonna stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not gonna assume that Hila knows, but
I've never tried
I'll say it
hummus.
for anyone who
Hummus is fine. I like the red pepper hummus with like some pita chips. Sea salt pita chips. That goes hard. No, yeah.
doesn't know, Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide.
Like the Jews.
Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend.
So, okay, so, the hummus I tried tasted like canned cat food, smelled like, never had it ever since. That's strange. So he says that Inés is very familiar with the propaganda that comes from the IDF, and so choosing now of all times to say, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you. So Ethan's read was that the reason they're not going to defend him is because they're Israeli. Chud thought that was ridiculous. He thought that that had no basis. I think it's a little more specific than that. For some reason, Ian is extrapolating the you guys should defend me as in you should defend our political opinions. And iDubbbz is saying, well, no, like my wife is half Lebanese and half Irish, and she's used to the propaganda from the IDF, so therefore we're not going to defend you on that, right? If this was a conversation purely about the politics of things, that would actually make some sense. It'd be like, okay, well, you know, we don't want to defend your political opinion because of the issue, because of propaganda from the IDF that Anissa is familiar with. That would make sense. Again, that is not the context. The context is that CPS was called. That's what they want defense for. God almighty.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Man,
Like,
just the other day,
So that was very deceptively clipped out. They showed more context where it's her saying, I mean, not as in a way of affirmation, as in like, well, I don't know about that. Like they explained that clip. So that's a dumb clip to put there. Very deceptive, very malicious.
BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was.
Hila has already apologized she apologized right away, pretty much, I think in the next stream, or maybe even in the same stream, that no, it was a mistake to call him a good guy. The only reason that she called him a good guy is because that guy, I guess, wanted to stop the war or something like that, or didn't agree with BB, and that's why he was fired. Wasn't Anissa born in Canada? Yes. We're not even going to get into the fact that Anissa is pretty much white, like mostly, you know, not just race-wise, because, but like just culturally as well. Like, look at me, right? Like, I'm a dark-skinned, Hispanic man. I'm American in every way. You know, I'm pretty much white. Like, I speak English. I don't speak any Spanish, practically. All of my cultural stuff, like, other than some of the food I eat, is all American white stuff, okay? I'm basically mostly white. You know, like, that's why I would almost never use my race for any kind of argument, because even though I am a Hispanic person, culturally, I'm way more American than I am Hispanic. That's just true. That's just true. Mike is black. So true. So true. Actually, it was really dark like a month or two ago because we went to the beach and I got a little burnt. So I was like super dark. I was like really dark. I mean, you can see how dark I am here. Well, that's like hair and shit. The point is that it's so dumb to bring up, unless you are born in the country that you are speaking for. I think it is absolutely retarded to ever use that as like, oh, I understand the struggle. I understand all that stuff just because, like, it's so stupid. Like, if you were born in fucking Canada and have lived there your whole life, I don't think you have any right to bring up your race card because you are Canadian in all things except where your parents came from. You know, I'm pretty much American, and well, my mom's from New York, so my mom's American too. My dad's the one that's from Peru. My mom's parents are both from Cuba, so that's what makes me Cuban Peruvian. But I'm basically American in all ways except skin color. Well, no, America's a melting pot, so skin color doesn't really matter. But I'm saying like I'm white American in all things except skin color and where my parents are from. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm not saying that where your family's from or where your culture comes from doesn't have a part in like your life and your history. I'm just saying that it's not to the degree that you can use that as a major race card. I'm gonna be right back. My abuela's here, she's dropping something off. So I'm gonna put on some music and we'll be right back. If anybody donates $15 in the meantime, we will add it to the wheel spins that we're doing, all right? So I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Mike, you should use the race card during a drama one day. I've done that like on Twitter arguments because it's funny. I have used the race card when I'm like arguing. Like I've literally only used the race card when someone calls me like white because of my opinions. Like this was before I really revealed my face online much. But they would call me like white because of my opinion. So I've done that in the past, but that was like a while ago. This is like me pretending to be a minority because I'm half Indian, even though no one can tell. Well, I can tell you're Indian. I can smell the curry coming through your screen. Give your abuela a big kiss. Of course I did. My abuela came by. She dropped off some chicken fricassee with some white rice. Very delicious. I'll be sure to have that later. Lucky still has an abuela. Yes, I'm very fortunate to have my abuela. Hopefully I'll have her for, you know, a few more decades. You know, I do love my abuela. I've always been very close with my abuela. Next, how is your Uncle Billy? I never played my Latino, Italian, Gypsy for any argument because I grew up and lived most of my life in French Canada. My ancestry has no meaning to my life experience because I look white. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't look white. Like, anytime someone talks to me here in Miami, 9 times out of 10, they're going to talk to me in Spanish first. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. I can't speak that language. And they're like, oh. So, you know, sometimes that causes issues when I have to do shopping or whenever I have to do DoorDash and everybody working at the place that I got to pick up food from is only speaks Spanish. But, you know, we get around that type of shit, you know. Anyways, make sure you guys have liked the stream already. And again, we are doing this wheel here. So anytime we get $15, we spin the wheel and that'll either bring us back 5 minutes. It'll slow down the video. That's what the one I'm dreading most is easily slowing down the video by 10%, because that means it's just going to take so much longer to finish it. Or restarting the video. Those are the 3 things that can happen. If you want to see the probabilities, they're in the description below. I would say, so far, with the amount we've made, I think I'm okay with calling that a success so far for the amount of time we've been live. So, tentatively, this might be a series going forward. Once a month, we can do a stream where we react to, if it's not new drama, we can go back. Like, I gave an example earlier in the stream. We could react to the I'm Alex video, which would be actual torture to do. But, you know, I'm a man who loves money and loves a challenge. So, you know, those are the 2 things coming together. Anyways, let's get back to this video. Where's my webcam? There you are. Yo! All right. This light is a little too bright. Hold on. Ah! There you go. I like that better. What is that? Well, that's not... Okay, that's not bright enough either. All right, we'll keep it like that. That's fine. I need to wear sunglasses so I can put up the brightness and not worry about it. Where were we? All right. Let's continue.
He was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not...
Okay, again, Hila has already apologized for that clip. She apologized and said she was wrong. Like, aren't you supposed to be empathetic? Can't you be... The N-word, F-word guy, all right? You can't be empathetic to the fact that someone made a mistake? Like, someone made a mistake and apologized to it? You can't be empathetic for that? You gotta show this out-of-context clip? Well, I guess that clip isn't technically out of context, but you can't give the context that she did apologize for that? You don't think that's fair to do? Wow. A real champion of empathy over here, dude.
Not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing.
So, it's kind of wild. He's like, oh, we be following. Oh, we're just following these guys. Meanwhile, later in the video, he does confirm that they're friends with Denims, and we already know that Anissa is friends with Denims. So it's so weird for him to be like, oh, it's just a following thing. No one is saying that you guys are just following. It's such a stupid fucking point to make.
You can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem...
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll show.
With
Denims is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice.
So there was, I think that is the first hint of the child protective service thing. It's like in there, but you can't really it's like not even that noticeable.
Yeah,
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah,
Which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends
in a
with
bit.
them, then you're saying what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about
God, I gotta say, you know, I mean, look,
Ethan and
Denims
Hila
is.
start talking.
I don't even think Denims is that attractive. She's attractive. She's like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. She's an attractive woman, right? But she's not like the hottest thing on earth. Peace out, Stefan Corbino. Always appreciate your support. Have a great day, man.
About this Denims character.
There is literally no thoughts behind those eyes. She is like, hold on, let's get Honey on screen. Honey. Honey. Look at this dog. Look at her. Hold on, let's get the webcam bigger for you guys. We need this comparison real quick, okay? Look into her eyes, all right? You see this dog here? Okay, well, I'm trying to get her to look at the camera. She has no brain. This dog has no brain. This is a dumb dog, all right? She has no brain. But she's a very pretty dog, all right? Denims is much the same. Denims is like a golden retriever, all right? Very pretty woman. No fucking brain. No thoughts behind. No thoughts, all right? Smooth brain. No ridges or lumps, all right? Actual fucking dumb woman, bro. Let's continue.
Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denims.
So, look at that. He just admitted that he is friends with Denims. It's not just a follow thing, because that would be absolutely stupid. Did you give your... You missed it. Next to that, I just explained that, yes, I gave my abuela a big kiss. She brought me chicken fricassee and white rice, all right? She brought me food. So I'm going to have that for dinner tonight. Yes, of course, I gave my abuela a kiss. I love my abuela very much. But, so he just said that, like, obviously it would be retarded if Ethan was mad just over following. It's not just about following, all right? You know, he told her to leave. It was... Okay, good one, buddy.
But I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like...
Okay, so you've known Ethan and Hila for about 8+ years. You've been to their house. You've seen their kids. You have collabed many times in the past. You know, like, all of these things. We're like to decent friends. Denims. We've known for like maybe a handful of years, maybe less than that. Same level. Now, I will say, your closeness of friendship is not always determined by the amount of years you've known them. I'll give a great example. My friend Beth, I've known her, I think, maybe 3 years now, and she's one of my best friends that I've ever made. But I have some people that I've known for like 8 years, and we're not that close. The difference, it's not about how long you've known someone, it's about what's happened between that time, all right? How many one-to-one hangouts have I had with this one guy that I've known for like 8 years? Almost none. I don't think I've actually ever had a one-on-one hangout with this person. So, of course you're not going to get close with them. iDubbbz, I feel like iDubbbz has to be lying because we know that Ian and Anissa have met Ethan's kids. That is pretty big on like things like on closeness. I don't know. I feel like, and considering how deceptive, manipulative, and malicious a lot of this video is, I can totally believe that he's just downplaying their friendship because it makes him look better. It makes him look better. More about character, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, like, some people, it's not even just about, like, it's a combination of things as to how close you get with someone, right? Like, how well does your characters click? How often do you spend time together within within the time that you know each other, right? Like, there's different factors that play into how close you get with someone, right? So it's not impossible. It's not impossible that Ian and Anissa could be closer with Denims than they are with Ethan, or it's the same. But, like, think about it this way, guys. Think about what we know about their relationship from only what they've shown online, and imagine all the things we don't see. Now, for all we know, all the things we don't see doesn't exist. There's nothing besides what we've seen online. I have a feeling that's not the case. I have a feeling that's very much not the case. You know, especially considering some of the tweets that got brought up of Hila, I mean of Anissa being like, oh, I look up to Hila. Oh, we love you guys. You guys are such good friends to us. We love being in your community. It's the only community that's really supportive of us. All the comments that Anissa made about them, it's just not believable that they weren't as close as Ethan felt.
Kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
Well, one person was supporting claims of their children eating dog shit, which led to CPS being called on them, and these guys basically just called her a dumb bitch. Wow. I wonder who's worse in this situation. Even if you want to say that you felt you were friends, that's a crazy pause on his eyes, though. Even if you want to say that your friendship with them was equal, it is so on the surface obvious who was the bigger aggressor between the both of them.
Or people can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking...
What is the purpose of bringing back Content Cop? The very same series that you said that you did not support anymore because it facilitated a culture of harassment and hate, which I don't even agree with, but that was your words. That was iDubbbz's words. What does it mean to bring back Content Cop and make it about H3 of all the people you could make it about? Asmongold, a Trump supporter, which I don't have any real opinion on Asmongold. I think he's kind of just a generic idiot. Oh shit. I think my abuela left her phone here. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the $60. So yeah, my abuela totally left her phone here. So I'm gonna have to keep an ear out for when she comes back by to get her phone back. But thank you, Anonymous, for the $60. Spin, spin, spin. All right, well, I guess we're gonna do that. Fuck. All right, here we go. 4 spins. All right, let's do this shit. Oh my, All right, guys, we gotta slow down the video by 10% now. Okay. All right, next spin. Oh, I didn't put my name. Thank you, Nice, for the $60. No, what the fuck? What? Another 10%. Oh my god. No. My worst fucking nightmare. Okay, another spin. We got 2 more spins, all right? Okay, rewind 5 minutes. All right, so we're at 21:43. So that's 16:43. You son of a bitch. I can't believe we got 2 slowdowns. All right, last spin. Here we go. No fucking way! Oh my god! No. Alright, we've got to restart the whole video now. Alright, well. Alright, so... oh, fuck. No! Oh my... Alright, well, thank you for the $60. By the way, I said it before. I'm down to go as long as 30 hours for this stream. Which, of course, we'll have to break every 12 hours to bring up a new stream. But I'm down to go for 30 hours. I would be down to go as long as I can, but I do have things to do tomorrow night, so that is the case. I'll sleep on stream if I have to, though. And during that time that I sleep, you know, obviously the video will be paused, but, you know, donations will still count towards that, so, you know, that's the day. How scary would it be if I woke up and it's like, oh, you gotta spin the wheel like 20 times? I mean, that'd be great because I'd be making money, but it would be horrible because God knows what that might mean. All right, so we're starting the video from the top. We're at 0.8. We're at 0.8 speed. Let's get to it. Oh God, I gotta watch Frogan at 0.8 speed. I originally did 0.25, but I was like, oh, after 4 times, it's just gonna. We can't go below that, right?
Such an insane harassment group that anybody
oh God
who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go
back, God.
back.
Wait, why does this song go kind of hard, like slower? So are the songs. No, yeah, we got $60 next to Jet, so we've gone down to 0.8 speed and we have to restart now. We also got a -5, but I mean that doesn't really meaningfully impact it since we're starting the whole thing over again. Also, I decided if we get like a big donation and we get multiple restarts, what I'll do is I'll let the video play for 15 minutes and then restart from there. That way the restart has an impact and it's not just, you know, stacked. All right, hold on. I gotta keep an eye out for my iDubbbz phone, so it's getting a phone call. Hold on, I'll be right back. Get away from me, dog. All right, I am back. You guys like how mean I am to my dog? You like how I abuse my animals? Yo, shout out to all the animal abusers out there. All right, anyways, wow, that is really bright. There we go, that's better. I think it's because of the shades in the background. I mean, they're already fully closed. I can't do anything about them. All right, let's get back into this. What do you think about Otis? He's like commented shitting on the old. Oh, really? That's funny. If you could find me a link to that, that'd be awesome. That is funny. That I could believe that. That's funny.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Austin broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke.
My dono added 20 minutes to the video. Well, technically it added more than that because you got to do the math for the 0.8 speed.
Right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Hey, oh, wait. We missed it. Hold on.
Wake up.
The Nazi sword. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh my god. It's so much worse. It's so much worse.
I'm listening. Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Just wake up.
God almighty.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker.
The black guy has no reason to be here? No, 100%. He there's no reason to be here.
If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out
100%, you have
it's not
lost the plot,
me
dog.
losing the plot. It's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years.
My
can't
good
find the time
fucking
to speak up.
friends.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan.
Now everyone's
Klein.
gonna sound drunk.
I know some of you
I'm
have
gonna
been
tell you
following
a
him, but there's a lot of
story.
people who might not be familiar.
Actually, I didn't notice he went naked.
Background.
Yeah, he went naked. It was a callback to the Filthy Frank days, because, you know, that's when he was edgy.
With his podcast.
I guess. I don't know.
What's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast.
Oh,
where
well,
he
I ran out of my
says
energy
all
drink.
sorts of outrageous stuff.
Shout out to
Sometimes it's
Sparkling
fun,
Ice, not a sponsor.
fucked up.
Fucking good.
He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters.
What is that new setup? The punching bag? I'm guessing the punching bag could be a subtle reference to Creator Clash. I guess. I don't
He's had a
know.
show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once?
That's a great hat.
No, as 100 shavers use trans women, I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that
You know, the redneck accent actually works better when you slow it down.
until they actually had to reckon with a very serious...
You should have done this challenge with evidence.zip.
I would say that Hassan
How long is that video?
was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
I mean, I said before, I've said it before,
Bank.
but if this stream is like, I would consider it a success at this point. If this stream is a success, this will be like a monthly stream thing. Either we'll react to something that's new and relevant, or if there's nothing new and relevant that's worth watching and doing this with, we can go back and pull older drama stuff. For example, we could react to the I'm Alex video, which would be torture.
Are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy.
Bro, everybody's
in the
drunk.
Middle
What the
East,
fuck
if you
happened?
ask, Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dancing bandit
I was considering doing like a shot every time it landed on restart, but I was like, oh, but how often is it gonna land on restart? Like, you know, not that I want to get drunk too fast, but I probably wouldn't even really get drunk, you know?
It literally is.
So it would be like a moot point, you know?
The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
What?
They caught a video troded. Oh god. I like the slow version because it makes Ian sound drunk, so he can pretend he will wake up tomorrow and say, what the fuck did I do last night? How about this? This might be a good idea. Whoever is the biggest donator at the end of these types of streams can determine what we cover next month if there is no new video. Because if there's like something big and new that comes out, like let's say next month is when, I know it's not going to be next month, I know it's in June, but let's say next month Ethan dropped, well no, we can't do it with good videos because Ethan's next Hassan video is probably going to be good. We got to do it with things that are actually torturous to watch. So let's say Hassan actually makes like a content nuke on Ethan, right? That would be like big. That would be new. That would be something that we got to react to, right? But if there's nothing new to react to, then I will reach out to whoever the biggest donator is and they get to decide what torturous video. I would say the caveat is the video should at least be an hour long because that'll give us enough time to go over it. And what's your highest donation now? Right now, the highest donator is Nice. I think Nice admitted that he was the anonymous donator with $60. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Oh, I missed. Hold on. All right, it was nothing. But yeah, the highest donate right now is Nice with $60. So let's continue. But yeah, I think that'll be. I think that's a good reward for whoever the highest donator is. I would say Quentin reviews iCarly video, but I think, well, that's like there. Okay, there needs to be a reasonable limit. I can't have a restart option on a video that's like 20 hours long. It's gotta be within reason. I would say the video can be between an hour to 5 hours long. I think that, well, even that's kind of a lot, but an hour to 5 hours long. I would say that. I like the slow version because it makes Ian sound drunk, so we can pretend he'll wake up tomorrow and say, what the fuck did I do last night, to get back, then attack Hassan. That'd be awesome. How, like, imagine how awesome it would have been if this was called Content Cop H3, and then he starts the video with, like, look, you know, me and Ethan have our disagreements. You know, I don't like that he called me out, but at the end of the day, we had an 8-year-long friendship, and I'm not going to actually make a video on him, and anyone that thought I would do that has a lower opinion of me than I think, has a lower opinion of me than I thought. Anyways, today we are going to be talking about Asmongold. Like, imagine if he did an Asmongold thing and disguised it as an H3 video. That would go crazy hard. That would be awesome. But obviously that's not the route he went.
Of the goof guy. And
the goof
fine.
guy.
You know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's
Also, these streams will be great for watch hours as well, because I gotta, you know, as you guys know, I'm trying to get monetized on this channel again, so I need to get 500 subs and 4,000 watch hours. So that's another good thing about these kinds of streams.
To them, his wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer. So this is something they're very keyed in.
All right, I think my abuela's here. I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry for the constant interruptions, but I'll be right back. Well, if no one outdonos me, my vote is evidence.zip. Oh my god. All right. God damn, that would be crazy. I don't think I ever even watched. You would actually be getting a fresh reaction from me, because I don't even think I watched Nick's coverage of that. I think I skipped on that whole situation. So that would be fresh for me. Thank you for subscribing, Kaha. I can't say your name, but thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Is that offensive? Is it offensive I can't pronounce certain names? Am I not worldly enough?
So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, you know, adopted over the years, they're becoming
I'm saving till I want you to read my whole Osama U fanfic. All right.
becoming increasingly critical of his position, because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, you know, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience,
his liberal audience,
progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically.
How much, Mike? I'm gonna be done with it soon. How many pages is it? I gotta see how long it is, and then I can give you an amount.
To get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb.
I will discuss with my good friends Sherry Nexajed and Beth, and I will come up with what I feel will be a fair price for you, my friend.
Rogan and denims and all.
I would respect this video more if Ian dressed up in an SS uniform. Wouldn't it be good, but at least it'd be funny. That would be pretty funny.
Like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil.
Sure, that's fair. Hell yeah.
Fucking, and I'll say it, and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus
I'm so sorry. I forgot to turn this off.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this sweet stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because...
Yeah, I wanna see how long it is, because when I did the reading of the entire page of Judaism, I was like, fuck, I should have charged you like way more. I don't want to make that same mistake twice.
He liked Ethan's content until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that. You know, like, I'm not gonna endorse it.
I will say, if you finish that thing, if you finish that story while I'm doing this stream and you donate that amount during the stream, I will also count that towards the spins. So there you go.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz' former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from?
My thoughts on Oblivion stream? I was actually going to try playing Oblivion after I was done doing karaoke yesterday, but so I guess I realized I misunderstood when my friend built this PC for me. I thought my C drive was my hard drive and my D drive was my SSD. And I realized yesterday it's actually the other way around. So I had to uninstall Oblivion and reinstall it onto and had to reinstall it on the hard drive. So I'm sorry, I had to reinstall on the C drive. So I am planning on playing it not today, obviously, because I'm doing this thing. But next time I'm doing like a regular gaming stream that's not Kingdom Hearts, I'll be down to play it. Like maybe next drinking stream I'll play it or something like that. Which, by the way, another cool stream idea that I'm going to be trying doing this Friday. I am going to try streaming I'm having band practice here at my place. I'm going to try streaming that. I'm going to try moving my PC over to my living room and doing kind of like, dude, I'm eating the shit out of shrimp right now. Hell yeah. I can't eat shrimp. That'll kill me. It won't kill me, but I'm allergic. But I'm going to set up everything over in the living room, and it's going to be more like a candid stream. Like, I'll come and check on chat every, like, maybe 5 songs or something like that, but it's going to be more like just streaming the band practice happening naturally, and you guys can just watch in on it. You know, less than me constantly interacting like how I normally do on my streams. I thought that would be a cool, fun idea. So I can film my band practice while also having you guys watch. So that might happen on Friday. If I can figure it out, I'll do like a test stream. If I can't figure it out, if I can't get it to work properly the way I want it to, then I'll cut that off and then I'll just do a regular gaming stream at night. So yeah, keep an eye out for that.
It would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering...
Okay, Mike, gotta go. Say bye to Ian for me. All right, peace out, Teddy. Thanks for watching and thanks for the donation.
To upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account.
Again, I think it's so stupid to be like, oh, you're mad that I'm following this guy that has said mean shit about you, but who brought to your attention the mean shit this guy was saying and that I was friends with him? It doesn't matter where he got the information from. Why don't you address the fact that you can't defend your friend? Again, because iDubbbz keeps leaving this out of the video, when CPS was called on him, mind you,
has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan and...
Again, don't let Hassan and his ilk gaslight you into thinking otherwise. Hassan is 100% a terrorist supporter. Even if you want to say the Houthi kid was not an actual Houthi kid, he was an actual terrorist. Even if you want to say that kid was not a terrorist, he has blatantly supported terrorism before. 100%. Like, you can't even deny that.
Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi.
Six Stones may break your bones with TPS. What are we talking about again? Yeah.
She's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit.
The Dan Clancy clip is it is out of context. The Dan Clancy clip, right after that, Dan laughs and he's like, hold on, that's not true. And then Ethan's like, no, okay, I don't know if he's a pedophile, but, we don't know if he's not a pedophile. Like, it was a bit. It was like a joke.
Showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years.
Again, him being this angry, this riled up, would make sense if it was just mean comments and criticisms. This is the same day that they had CPS called on them.
Find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial...
If this guy is just someone that you follow, how are you throwing them away? They're not that important to you. They're not that close to you, Like, I have people that I consider friends at this point online. NexoJet I would consider a friend. Sherry I've known for like 5 years, even if it's only been online. I've known that girl for 5 years. I consider her a friend. So cutting that relationship off would be throwing that away, right? But then there's people who I just follow on Twitter. If I unfollow them because they say some dumb shit, or because, like, let's say I follow an account and I'm just following them and they said some nasty shit about NexoJet or Sherry, I would just unfollow them. That's not throwing that away. That's just me being like, well, this person that I just kind of enjoy the shit they say, I don't really want to be associated with them anymore.
Social weird moment. Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a
difference. A guy that apparently isn't even your editor anymore versus a guy you've been friends with for like 8+ years. Me and Mike are a little more than friends, if you catch my drift. Well, wow, Insert kiss on my list by Hall & Oates.
For social weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches.
Bro, the jet black hair is crazy. It's so fucking. It's so egregious.
In the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching?
Oh, we just got I missed this before. I wouldn't even say they were internet friends, given they lived in the same area and hung out. That's the thing. He plays it off as if they're light to decent friends, like how he is with Denims. Despite the fact, and again, I've said this before, the amount of years you've known someone doesn't always correlate to how close you are. I have friends that I've known for 5+ years that I'm still mostly acquaintanced with, and not anything deeper than that. And then I have people in my life like my friend Beth, who I consider one of my best friends, and I've only known her for like 3 years or so. You know, like, time doesn't always mean deeper attachment, but as I said before, the fact of the matter is, just for us on the outside looking in, we've seen that they've collabed for 8+ years. They've been part of each other's life. We know Ian and Anissa have met Ethan and Hila's children. And we have those tweets that were found from Anissa where she was saying how much she looked up to Hila and how close of friends they were and how much they loved being part of their community because it's the only community that treats them well. Like, to say they were just like internet friends is so very clearly a downplaying of their relationship because it makes Ian look like less of a piece of shit, to throw his friend under the bus. By the way, just in case anybody's watching, I do have the dislike attachment on, but I've heard Nick's arguments about it. I believe him when he says that it's probably not accurate, but I just like to have it because it's nice to look at.
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad...
It's not accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if the dislikes were greater, if not close to the likes. I think someone that is an editor for iDubbbz or someone that has access to iDubbbz channel did post the actual like to dislike ratio. I think it was more likes than dislikes. But I mean, that's obviously going to change over time because now, especially with the human skull incident, I don't know if anyone in chat doesn't know this, but in response to this, Ethan made a video. It's the dopamine of seeing imaginary number. Imaginary number shit on the people you don't like is far too enticing. Exactly. So true. What was I saying? I got distracted. Ethan did a response video on his channel to this, and he didn't go in depth about it because he already did that on his stream. The big things he pointed out was the lack of attention brought to CPS, the lack of attention brought to Bad Empanada, and he brought out new information that 2 human skulls were sent to them. So, and people were discussing, oh, was it fake or not? You know, even if the skulls were fake, I'll say, like, I'll compare it to the shit that happened with Abe and her sending me a picture of her writing the N-word on her leg in, like, blood. You know, the question is, did she actually, like, write with blood on her leg the N-word? That's not really the point. It could be paint. It could be anything. It could be ketchup. It could be fake. The idea of what it's supposed to resemble is more important. What is the purpose of sending something like that? What is the purpose of sending 2 skulls to somebody's house? The purpose of sending 2 skulls to somebody's house is very simply to threaten them, to scare them. That's what it's for. It doesn't matter if the skulls are real. It doesn't matter if it's just a troll, if it's not even a real threat, quote unquote. The intention is to scare and to threaten them. All right, I'm gonna be right back, guys. All right, we are back. My abuela finally came by and picked up her phone. Mike, give me your predictions. How long will the alliance last? The alliance will last until iDubbbz does something that goes against Hassan and his cohorts. Like, that's literally it. I don't even think it has to do with relevancy, because if I think people misunderstand that this content cup was not just made for the clout and for the relevancy. It wasn't just for relevancy. It was to be accepted fully into this new group that he wanted to be a part of. That is the truth behind it. It's kind of like similar to Tipster. The only reason why Tipster obviously would have made more money if he would have just kept doing commentary shit and didn't side with Keffals. He would have made way more money that way. But he didn't get the acceptance and the love that he wanted from the commentary community. He got bullied too much, so he went to another community that would accept him more. That's what happened there. That's what's happening with iDubbbz. Although, I will say, iDubbbz is much more of a snake than Tipster at this point. And you guys know I don't like Tipster at all, right? Even after everything that has come out, I mean, he's done some things that I do give a little respect to, but overall, Tipster is not a character that I would trust. But if I had to choose between Tipster and iDubbbz, I would trust Tipster much more than iDubbbz at this point.
Bad friend, and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane...
Is this image lowly? And if so, why?
It's not bad enough that
They say Bomber Guy still makes good videos.
Harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group...
I think Anissa would rather side with Hassan than iDubbbz. That would be the funniest fucking thing to ever happen. And I would not feel bad for iDubbbz at all, honestly.
Crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually...
This is our first... Because he does it a few times. He doesn't do it throughout the whole video. But iDubbbz does this a few times where he makes a situation... Sorry, it's not the situation, because he is part of the situation. He makes something that's not about him. Ethan being gaslit by Hassan's audience has nothing to do with how iDubbbz was treated by his old fans. It has nothing to do with that. Like, but he brings it up. He's like, oh yeah, I was gaslit. It's like, okay.
Actually, like, the #1 type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like...
Mike, why haven't you disliked the video? Well, you know, I want to hold off judgment until the end of it, you know?
Imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies. Or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years.
Again, he has like an opposite opinion. For some reason, he thinks that it's easier to, because Ethan was saying, imagine if like Dan said something terrible about Hassan and I didn't disavow that. In comparison to iDubbbz's relationship with an ex-editor, like, why is it harder to disavow someone that you're not as close with? I feel like it's easier. Oh, you follow this guy on Twitter, but have no meaningful relationship with him. Can you disavow this thing he said about another friend of yours? Let's say I follow, like, Glumbus on Twitter, whoever that may be. I follow Glumbus because I like the tweets he makes. I really hope Glumbus isn't an actual person who's like awful and terrible, please God. But let's say that I follow this person and he says something awful about like Nexajet, like he calls him like the hard R N-word and calls him a monkey and everything like that. And I don't like just be like, I don't unfollow the guy. At the very least, unfollow the guy, right? You know? Like, imagine I don't do the bare minimum of unfollowing the guy or making a comment about it, being like, hey, what the fuck? Like, this is my friend. I feel like it's easier to disavow and call out someone that you're not close with. Because let's say Nexajet said something terrible about Sherry, right? Now, these are two friends of mine. I'm much closer with Sherry, though. So depending on the situation, I'd probably side with Sherry, and I would call him out for that. But it would be much harder to call out someone like Nexajet than it would be fucking Glumbus on Twitter, right? Because I'm closer to Nexajet than I am with some random guy on Twitter. But Ian has it like the other way around, where for some reason, it's easier to call out somebody that you're closer with. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. That transactional comment actually pisses me off. There has to be some level of expectation of support from people you consider your friends. I think that is true. I also think all relationships are transactional to a degree. That doesn't mean that they have to be one-to-one on a material scale. If I lend you, if I buy you dinner one time, that does not mean that you need to buy me dinner some other time. That means that you can give back to me in other ways. You know, you can be there when I need someone to rely on. You can be there for me when I need someone to defend me. You can be there for me if I need to go do chores and I don't want to be alone and I want someone to come hang out with me. You know, there's like a list of things you can do as a friend that isn't exact one-to-one, the transactional thing, you know? Ethan defended Ian and Anissa when they were being called cucks and whores. That is like a very baseline defense for someone. But Ian can't defend Ethan when CPS is being called on his family and when Hila's being called a baby killer. Why? That's another thing that's so weird. It should be easier to defend things that are more extreme. If someone says Nexajet is dumb, it's like, okay, well, that's bad, but why? Like, that's not crazy. That's, like, not important. Like, who cares? If someone claims Nexajet is, like, a pedophile, that is a much more extreme claim. That should be easier for me to stand up for Nexajet and be like, wait a minute, that's not true. You need to, like, that's like, you know, unacceptable. Why is it for some reason hard? Like, iDubbbz claims that Ethan's whole feeling on things is flipped, but iDubbbz's whole thing on this is flipped. Why is it easier to defend why is it easier to defend less extreme comments and to defend people you're less close with? I mean, sorry, people that you... I'm getting my words all mixed up. Fuck! He's driving me crazy! Ugh! I think you guys understand what I'm saying, alright? I'm kind of going in circles. Let's continue.
At one point during this stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and
but Mike, Ethan bats, therefore it actually makes sense to side with the random... Oh, you're so true. So based.
And nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just, like, disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like, of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember
never
when
said
he
I-
called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't gonna cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a
I
piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like,
Again, I
what
mentioned
is
it before, but the major difference is that Ethan and Trisha were not friends. Ethan and Ian were friends.
At the time, and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible.
So fucking
who ends
stupid.
up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass? Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because...
Again, a major difference here is that Olivia is friends with Ethan, I believe, but is also just an employee, and they haven't known each other that many years. Ethan has known Ian for like 8+ years, and they've been friends for a long time. Another difference is the people that Ethan are asking to be defended from are calling CPS and calling Hila a baby killer. Adam McIntyre is just an asshole saying terrible shit. Not comparable to that.
Because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits.
And that's a crazy claim to make. Oh, the reason why he's nice to Olivia is because he's afraid of lawsuits and wrongful termination. Like, what?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing.
The victimization of the H3 crew is so fucking annoying. God.
Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the...
I'm sure everyone in chat, one in the chat, if you probably already thought this before I said anything, but like, from what we've seen, one in the chat if you think Ian is clearly the one that has his whole fucking view on everything scrambled. Like, it's so strange to me that it's like, his whole view on everything is so weird and backwards. He's like a fucking alien, bro.
The boss, like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront
You understand, Mike?
my
He just
boss
grew
and
up.
say,
So true. You're right.
Segment.
You know, I turned 30 last year, so maybe I'm going to learn empathy soon.
on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my.
Ian is actually right. Being a cuck is good for mental health. You would say that,
part
Kiko.
of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends,
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, cause like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just gonna use it later.
Of course I was gonna stand by you. That's insane.
That's such a weird fucking read. It's like, I defended you in the past, and now, like, you don't defend me. Well, yeah, of course you defended her in the past because you wanted her to defend you in the future. It's like, how, unless you really believe Hila is like a malicious person, which there's literally no evidence for Hila being a malicious person. Like, we've seen Ethan be malicious in the past. We can't say Ethan has been malicious. I don't know if he still is, but he's definitely been malicious towards Keemstar in the past. 100%. No doubt about that. But what evidence is there that Hila, like, unless I've missed some drama, I don't know any evidence that Hila has ever been, like, malicious towards anyone. For you to come up with the idea that, oh yeah, you just defended us in the past, so we would defend you in the future. Like, that's such a fucking weird, like, accusation.
Insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
It's such a weird thing to... we already went over this, but it's such a... Also, I think we're back to where we were... Also, Bo Black's plushie here. I think we're back to where we were before. It is so very weird, again, that you bring up Anissa's ethnicity and say, oh, she's half Irish and half Lebanese. Both of these people have faced a lot of oppression and genocide. While you're talking about a Jewish couple, the Jews, as you may or may not know, have also been through a lot of oppression and genocide. You know, Holocaust, you know, I don't know if, you know, that did happen. I know there are some people online that don't think that it happened, but, or that the numbers are skewed on that, but that did happen. That is part of history. So it is weird to play the oppression Olympics with these groups. Like, why even bring that up? There's not really, it doesn't mean anything. And also, you're saying you're picking now of all times to ask to defend you. Well, if it had to do with their politics and they're asking you to defend their political opinions, I could actually understand bringing up the fact that the IDF has been known to spread propaganda, as has the other side of the conflict. Both sides have spread propaganda. Okay? Both sides have spread propaganda, okay? So, actually, everybody that watches me should know a lot about the Jewish history and how much, like, I'm telling you, as hard it was to read through that whole Jewish article on Wikipedia, they were much more oppressed than I already thought, and I already thought they were very heavily oppressed and genocided. But man, what a crazy fucking history the Jews have had. But I mean, but that's aside the point. If we're talking about like political stuff, then yes, if Hila was like, I want you to defend me on our political opinions, then yes, it would be like, fuck you. We're not going to defend that. That would actually make some sense. That is not the context of asking to be defended. She's being asking to be defended from being called a baby killer and having CPS called on their family. And again, I don't care how many times I've repeated that in this stream. I'll repeat it every fucking 5 minutes if I have to, because Ian left it out of his stupid fucking video. And it's fucking abhorrent to leave such a crucial reason as to why they were so pissed off with you in the first place. Like, How are you gonna leave out the central reason why they're mad about you not defending them? It's actually so fucking retarded. Let's continue.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Man.
So this is maliciously clipped. Ethan has shown the full clip on his stream where it shows that there was more space between those comments and that Hila was not going, well, she wasn't saying that because she agreed with it. She was saying because she wasn't sure if that was true. Like, she was like, I don't know about that, you know?
Just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean.
iDubbbz, the man with newfound empathy, cannot be empathetic to the fact that Hila said something mistakenly and then corrected it. She corrected it, I believe, like in a video that came out like the next day. Like, I think she corrected it within 24 hours. But he can't be empathetic to that. No empathy to be found here because someone made a mistake. Mr. N-word, F-word, gay retard was another slogan of his. You know, like, okay, you can't have empathy for someone making a mistake. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Finish? Oh shit, Teddy finished his, I guess his love story.
Mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people.
So again, he's making it about following people. In literally less than 5 minutes, he's gonna bring up the fact that he is in fact friends with Denims. So it's not just a following thing.
We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say.
He's such a deceptive little fucking wretch. He's such a fucking piece of shit, bro. What a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude. Can someone tell Ian that he is literally lying to his audience right now? It's still slowed down? I mean, yeah, it's gonna be slowed down until it gets spun into being sped back up. Like, these slowdowns are permanent unless it's spun into being sped back up. So, yes, unfortunately, it's still slowed down.
And I is, when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem...
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
In her chat,
yeah.
Which I'll show.
Denims
is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friend.
Yo, Kiko, thank you for the $15. Unfortunately, that's not how this game works, but maybe we'll land on... It's a 2% chance to speed it up, so let's spin that wheel. Thank you for the $15, though. Oh, no. Oh my god. Wow. It seems like the opposite of what you wanted has happened now, Kiko. I know, just hoping it's landing on speeding up. Well, no. Now it is at 0.7. Now it is at 0.7%. Oh my god. All right, well. What we do here is go back. All right, so now it is at 0.7 speed. Let's go.
Friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think.
It's okay, Kiko. Dude, this stream is making you some cash. That's true. That's true.
Situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
How can you possibly think they're good people at their core? That's wild.
People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean.
We already went over this, but again, I just keep winning. Hell yeah. Again, we already went over this. One person here accused the other of oh yeah. She said, so I believe Denims recently said, I never said Hila killed babies. And then Ethan pulled up a clip of her literally being like, calling Hila a baby killer. So, Denims has called Hila a baby killer, and Denims did perpetuate the claim that their kids are eating dog shit and catching Giardia, or Giardio, however you say it. Meanwhile, they called her a dumb bitch because she is a dumb bitch. She's a bitch, not because she's a woman, because she's a bitch, all right? And she's dumb because she's dumb, all right? Ian, if he had even more Down syndrome, true, the Down syndrome is increasing.
People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you...
Again, making it about himself. Oh, well, you guys are mean to me. You know what? I think you deserve to be treated a little meanly when you won't defend your friends who had Child Protective Services called on them.
Can be my friend and also be friends.
And I will be fair to iDubbbz. You know, I'm not bringing up the whole 2 skulls being sent to Ethan's house. Well, for now, because I believe Ethan never brought up the 2 skulls thing to iDubbbz, because if he did, I'm pretty sure it would have been in his video. So, you know, I'm pretty sure iDubbbz did not know about the 2 skulls thing, so that's why I'm not bringing that up. Because if Ian did know about the 2 human skulls being sent to their house, that would make this video, like, so much more egregious. Although, I will say, I think CPS being called is worse than the 2 skulls, because the 2 skulls, while being scary and threatening, it's not a direct impact on their kids in the same way that CPS is. But still, it would be just worse, so much worse.
Friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not...
So, I personally think he deserves to be treated meanly for being as pathetic as he is. I agree with that. So, Ethan said that, like, oh, what are you, a child? Like, I don't have any friendships like that. I don't agree with that. I have quite a few, you know, not to toot my own horn. No, I'm playing. But I do have plenty of friends. I have a lot of friends, and I have different sects of friends. Is that the correct word? Like, different sections of friends. I think that's what that means. But I have different sets of friends that I have. And I have some friends that don't like other friends. And that's just kind of how it is. But if one set of friends started attacking the other set of friends unjustly, or was talking shit about the other set of friends unjustly, so for example, one set of friends started claiming a bunch of shit that was not true about the other set of friends, I would not just sit there hanging out with this group of friends being, not saying anything. No, SECT, not SEX, you fool, Nexaged. No, if one group of friends is talking shit about the other group of friends and what they're saying is like just blatantly not true, I would speak up and be like, hey, that's not true. And I would clear the record. And I would, you know, and if they continue to spread lies, I would condemn them for that. But if one group of friends is complaining about another group about things they actually did and that they didn't like, at that point, it'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to pile on, but, you know, I can't really defend them because it's something that they actually did, right? That's how you handle friend groups that don't really mesh together, all right? It's like, it's pretty easy. What you don't do is if one group of friends is talking shit about the other, you don't join them in the shit talking or say nothing in the shit talking when they're saying things that are categorically untrue. All right? That's called being a bad friend. That's called being two-faced. All right? That's the difference.
I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys
Yeah,
are
like
in
you know, there is like a gray zone, you know? You don't have to make your friends, you know, all mesh together, you know? But when something is being said that is untrue, you have a responsibility, I feel, as a friend, to defend your friend against lies. You have a responsibility to stand up and be like, hey, what you're saying is not true, and it's not right, and I don't think it's cool that you're saying that, and I would really like it if you don't perpetuate this thing that is not true, right? I think you have a responsibility as a friend to do that. But if they're complaining about things that are true, then, you know, I kind of think at that point it's like, okay, well, you know what? That is what it is. Yeah, I guess they did do that, you know?
fucking... You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it.
I don't think that's coercive or shitty at all. If this person, again, back to what I said earlier, if there is a person in question saying terrible things about your friend, and you are public figures, because you both make content on YouTube for a grand audience, and you have some crossover between your audiences. If you have someone that was your editor, that you still follow, that you are still in contact with, and you're saying, well, they don't mean anything to me, you know, they're not really like my friend or anything like that, they're just somebody I follow, then it really should be no skin off your back to go ahead and denounce them and say, hey, this is not right. We don't agree with this right here. There should be no issue doing that at all. It should be so much easier for you to denounce somebody that you are not close with. So much easier. But for some reason, that was a colossal and manipulative task that was set upon you by Ethan Klein.
Right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to...
I think something like a villain. What's a quote I could think of for a villain? You know what would be a great quote from a villain is him telling someone that a villain telling someone that he knows goes through strife and telling them, I hope every day of your life is as bad as it is every day. Oh yeah, that's what Hassan said to one of his trans viewers, because they simply said, oh, I don't think you're really that good on trans issues, so I don't think you should debate people on that because you just lost a debate. That is something Hassan said. But that's, you know, that's okay. It's cool that Hassan said that because, you know, it's Hassan. He's right.
Comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, it doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
but that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine.
It is wild for you to claim that you are not cowardly when you are right now saying, rather than directly tell you, hey, look, I'm not vibing with a lot of the shit you're saying. I'm not cool with a lot of the shit you're saying. I'm not cool with how things have been turning out. I want to put a pause on this friendship. Rather than saying that directly, you want Ethan and Hila to be mind readers and just take that from your, which they did basically take that from your silence. They read it accurately, but instead of just being a fucking man and just being like, hey, this friendship right now, it's not working. I want to put it on pause for now. I apologize if you're not okay with that, but for me, I just don't really like a lot of the things you're saying. I don't like the way you're acting, and honestly, like, it's not something I want to be at all involved with. So I would really like to just put this friendship on pause. No, instead, you act like a bitch, and you do it silently. You want him to just mind read you. It's funny how he's so mature that he can't voice his disagreement. Exactly. Like, if you can't even tell someone who you consider a friend that you have an issue with them, that just means you're a coward. You're a cowardly, immature, fucking neophyte.
Fine with you not blasting me on
He is a neophyte in the realms of empathy and emotion.
Your Instagram story. I would.
He is. Ian Joma is a feckless neophyte. All right, feckless neophyte. All right, guys, those are your. All right, guys, our vocabulary word of the day. All right, feckless neophyte. All right, you will be examined on Friday.
Perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
So, you know, showing that a lot of H3's fan base commenting on your shit, that is not evidence of them brigading you. You know, like, I guarantee you, if Ethan went out of his way to tell his audience, can you guys go, like, you couldn't find a clip of Ethan being like, can you guys in the chat go and get Ian's attention so we can see if they can comment on this? I guarantee if there was a clip like that of Ethan saying that, the harassment and brigading you would suffer would be tenfold of whatever the fuck you got, all right? It is not a brigade for Ethan to complain about the way you are acting and for some of his fans to go over and talk shit in your comments and in your chat. That is the result of your inaction. Like, silence can be violence, you know? Like, silence can mean something, as you yourself said. And an audience reacting to that silence is totally normal to happen, especially if they're under the impression that you guys had been friends for 8 years.
They say something like, he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I live by, if you don't condemn it, you condone it. I think, also, what is up, Maria Marcantonis? I think it depends on a situation thing, and it depends on the severity of the situation. But yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Like, if the whole CPS thing and the whole calling Hila a baby killer thing wasn't going on, and it was simply just a political discussion, them not saying anything could just be them being indifferent, right? But I feel like once it gets to that degree, you not saying anything is now you either condoning it or saying you just don't care. Which I don't know what is worse. Like, if I had a friend of 8 years and I got swatted and they knew the people that swatted me and they didn't call them out, I don't know what would be worse. The fact that they don't care I got swatted or the fact that they condone it. Like, because that's what that means. It means either you condone it or you just don't care that it happened.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking.
And that, right, that's like gaslighting. You're, or maybe not gaslighting is the right word, but you're taking Hila's words of like, oh, like my girl, like, you know, I thought we were girls. I thought you were going to defend me the way I've defended you in the past. Now you're flipping that, being like, wow, you're saying this terrible shit. I thought she was your girl. Yeah, clearly that is not the case because the situation has gone beyond the pale. Like you are a fucking emotional child. You are your emotional intelligence is of that of a child for you not to understand. Like, this guy is absolutely fucking brain dead, intellectually and emotionally.
Talking about this aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do?
Yes, the aggression that's being put out in the world by parents who just had CPS called on them. Again, I reiterate, because iDubbbz did not find it important to bring up the fact that the day that those clips are coming from are the days that CPS was brought to their place.
You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking...
Nothing Ethan has done on its podcast has led to any real world action being done, as far as I know, on Hassan, Rogan, Denims, or anyone else he's mentioned. It has not led to any real world action until he decided to sue Noah Samson, which I'm on the fence on until I get more information on that. But nothing that Ethan has done has resulted in real world action. The shit that Hassan and his camp has done has led directly to real world action happening, not just to Ethan and Hila, who are public figures, but to their children. It is not the same at all.
Propagandist lying.
This is like such an upsetting, it is an actual like upsetting video to watch. Like, it actually gets so under my fucking skin, bro.
Scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because,
by the way, the Dan KKK Clancy actually comes from something Hassan said. Funny enough.
Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was...
Again, the situation has gone beyond just ignore the harassment, because his kids are now directly affected by the situation. It has gone past that. It is not just simply, yeah, you get shit on the internet. You know, like when I go live, you know, I have a chat that, you know, they like to like mess with me. They like, it's very playful, like teasing and all that stuff. And have had people in my chat before that are like actually being like terrible to me, and it's rare. It's not common, but it's happened. That is not the same as shit happening to me in my real life as a result of things happening online. That is not the same at all. It's not just shit that happens. And if you think that real world effects being happening is just shit happening, then that's not something you should be okay with.
Kind of like
or normalize
a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
We've called him retarded. There should probably be a retard count for how many times I've called him retarded. Did this guy not start a podcast called My Wife Ruined My Career or something like that? Like, does this guy not go on stream and talk about how, you know, he needs to go to therapy and therapy has helped him so much? Like, who is he? Is this not the guy that on one of his recent podcasts, his wife literally compared her harassment from her OnlyFans shit to Etika's suicide? Like, who is this guy to talk about emotional dumping grounds? He literally cries at the end of this video. What is he talking about?
There was a way to approach this to say, like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive.
Oh my God.
I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy.
That is abusive. That is literally abusive language. And I don't use that term lightly. To be like, yes, I am attacking you, and then to pivot to being like, I feel insulted, I feel hurt, that is the equivalent to someone abusing you, like hitting you, and then they're like, well, I only hurt you because you made me feel insecure and scared, and I felt like I needed to defend myself, so that's why I started swinging my fist into your face when you made meatloaf for dinner instead of chicken parmesan. You know, like it was a self-defense mechanism. That is taking the lessons you learned from going to therapy and using it to abuse other people. And it might not even be intentional. It might just be who you are. Ian was way less malicious when he didn't have empathy. That's actually true. Because now you can justify how mean and cruel you are to people because you can be like, well, I don't say slurs now, and I'm only doing this because I'm defending other people. You can attack someone under the veil of self-defense, despite the fact, if we look at everybody who Ethan Klein is harassing. We have Hassan, whose audience was one of the things that started this whole 2-year-long drama with Ethan, and who has himself not done anything to mitigate that, and has in fact stoked the fires by platforming Bad Banana, who he previously said was an insane person and said he would never cover on this broadcast, but now he covers him and he uses him as his fucking little lapdog for attacking. You have Denims, who literally has called Hila a baby killer and said that they have their children eat dog shit. You have Frogan, who is one of the most vile, aggressive people I've seen online, who's been astroturfed, and even she's being astroturfed, but the grass that's being astroturfed keeps fucking dying. The fake grass keeps fucking dying. Okay? Like, they can't even get her off the ground properly. I mean, and you know, I could make a weight joke, but I mean, look at me. I mean, that'd be redundant. Or it would be hypocritical, I guess, whatever the term is. But Frogan, vicious woman, vicious, vile woman, who made like horrific comments on October 7th, and Ethan didn't even go after her initially. He just unfollowed her quietly, but she made a big stink about it, and so then Ethan fought back. Who else is in this video? Sean the Black. First of all, he's not even majorly relevant to this situation, but Sean the Black has literally said, and whatever you think about Destiny, you know, Destiny's a big piece of shit. I don't like him anymore, obviously, because of all the shit that's come out, but say whatever you want about Destiny. Sean the Black saying, like, oh, if we, sometimes you just need to go up to someone and just stab them in reference to Destiny, and saying, like, oh, if Destiny was dead, we would have socialism by now, which is such a unhinged, weird way to look at the world. Matt Lieb, I think, is another guy, the Millhouse looking dude. That guy literally platformed Ban Empanada and supported the CPS call. Noah Samson called Ethan a genocide supporter, despite the fact that there is so much evidence that Ethan has been supportive of the Palestinian movement, or not movement, but he's been pro-Palestine, with the only caveat being that he thinks Israel should exist and that Jews should have a place to go to. Like, that's literally the only issue. I don't really think him going to a chick's concert and doing a whole publicity stunt where he tells her to say the N-word is way less malicious and mean this video. Yeah, because no, 100%. I mean, it is malicious, but it is less malicious because it's just him going somewhere and saying a word, and that's it. And it's done, and it was done to prove like a point, right? Like, it was kind of crazy, but in comparison, he's like literally crazy making Ethan throughout this whole video, and leaving out the most important details of why Ethan has been so aggressive, especially post the CPS call. So, yeah, it's like iDubbbz is just like totally abusive. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I mean, it's taken a while to get to the video because now we're at 0.7 speed, which, by the way, guys, we are still doing the wheel. If we get $15, we spin this wheel, which can either slow down the video, rewind 5 minutes, or restart the whole fucking thing, which I would really not appreciate. But yeah, let's continue.
To be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more.
Yo, what's up, Mia? Ian should take up a class in emotional intelligence and learning about empathy in an introduction to communication course. The issue is that just based on Mia's dialogue, I'm going crazy. The issue with that is that based on the language that Ian exhibits in this video alone, he would use whatever he learns from there and use it abusively. Because like we just saw with the clip where he's saying, I am attacking you, but I feel hurt, I feel insulted. It's like the analogy I just gave. I'm sorry I beat the shit out of you, but I felt defensive and scared, and I felt like I needed to express myself, and I'm sorry that that had to come out in a way of me punching you in the nose, but I think if we discuss that, we can actually find a much healthier place to get to. That's the same kind of fucking language that this guy is doing.
Or scared.
I'm done with Content Cop because they're harmful content. Actually, never mind, I'm going to bring it back, targeting my friend like 8 years with no context. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Of all the people he could make a content cop on, the pedophile hunters, he's just showing traits of a gaslighter. He literally is. He literally is. And trust me, you guys, if anybody's new here, I am the master of gaslighting. I love gaslighting. So I'm joking. I know all about gaslighting, all right? And this guy is a top tier gaslighter, right? He gives me a run for my money. But but goodness gracious. It is 100% crazy that of all the topics to bring back Content Cop for, not Asmongold, who would be ripe for him because he's a Trump supporter, not Kick in general, because one Kick would be good to go after because that would still be in support of Hassan at that point. Also attacking Asmongold would be in support of Hassan too because Asmongold's the biggest competitor for Hassan on Twitch. Not going after the pedophile hunters because that would just be a good topic in general. There are so many topics he could have gone after. And I actually think in an alternate timeline, the greatest video would have been Content Cop H3, but it would have been a switcheroo at the start of the video where it actually was about Asmongold or one of those other topics. And he's like, I know a lot of people were expecting me to go on and do a video on Ethan Klein. And while I disagree with a lot of the things he's been saying, pretty heavily, and I side with Hassan on most things, and I really don't like the way he went after me and Anissa. Me and him were friends for 8 years, even if we're not friends now. We were friends for 8 years, and, you know, I think if you thought I would do a video on a friend of 8 years, I think you think lower of me than I thought you would. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today to talk about insert Asmongold, insert Kick, insert thing. How much better, one in the chat if you think that would have been an immensely better, like, intro to a new Content Cop, that he brings it back and then he, like, kind of does, like, a switcheroo like he did with the Rice Gum thing, with the Jake Paul thing, where, like, it's like, he doesn't go after a friend of 8 fucking years. He goes after someone like Asmongold or something like Kick. Like, going after like Kick would actually be a way better thing, because if he went after Kick as a corporation or as a company, that would actually still in a way not go against, like, because he said the reason he didn't want to do Content Cop is because he feels it incites a culture of harassment and cruelty. And no person deserves that. By going after Kick as a company, he's not attacking any singular person. He's attacking a whole company. And therefore, that doesn't go against his statement of saying that no one person deserves that much cruelty. Well, I guess there is one person who deserves that much cruelty, and I guess that was H3.
Now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever, and it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that.
By the way, if anyone's tuning in and is wondering why it's slowed down, we are doing a thing here where for every $15 I make, I have to spin this wheel. And we either have to slow down the video by 10%, rewind it by 5 minutes, or restart the whole video. I am commenting on it as if it were a regular reaction commentation, because that's something I wanted to do anyways before I thought of the wheel idea. But that's what we're doing here. Because, I mean, everyone has already reacted to this, so I thought it'd be a good spin.
Sometimes.
No, Mike, H3 is 2 people and a bunch of co-hosts, so it's different, Ian. That's the other weird thing. He made it about H3. He didn't make it about Ethan Klein. He made it about H3. And if anybody knows where the name H3 comes from, it's a double meaning name. It's supposed to be he, but it's also supposed to be Hila and Ethan. It's supposed to be those two names. So he is going after both Hila and Ethan, which is kind of crazy when you're considering how much harassment he feels his wife has faced. You know what a big difference between Anissa and Hila is that Hila doesn't constantly say dumb-ass dog shit all the time. Hila's not the one that said the Holocaust brought some good things like a fucking total retard. Hila's not the one that compared her harassment to Etika. Hila's not the, like, Anissa is constantly putting her foot in her mouth all the time, all right? Hila is like a pretty inoffensive person overall, I would say. But no, I guess she deserves to be part of this content cop. And it's also super disingenuous every time iDubbbz is like, oh, I didn't want to bring the crew into it. Well, then you shouldn't have, but you did.
You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to civil rights. You think that the people...
Again, you guys are hurting people. Are the people they're hurting not hurting them by having their kids get involved, by calling CPS? Like, what is the... What the fuck? Like, it's so absolutely insane. This video does not work when you have the knowledge that CPS was called on Ethan and Hila and their kids were directly affected. This video just does not work at all.
People who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy...
That was a silly analogy. I can't defend that. That was a little wild.
He's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
That is like the only mildly funny thing that happens in this video. Because when I first heard that bit, it did get a chuckle out of me. So I will give credit where it's due. You know, I'm a fair... People say Chud logic is fair. I'm fairer. I'm the fairest. I'm the fairest of them all. Call me Snow White, all right? I will admit, that was a funny joke, all right?
Why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Son just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous.
I love how everyone just sounds drunk on this feed. That was thinking of going to Gaza.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past...
By the way, Hassan is 1000% performative. His fake crocodile tears that he expressed on Leftovers, the way he acts in general is extremely performative. Even the deeper voice that he puts on whenever he speaks, because if you look at any clip of him from like 5 years ago, he talks a lot more like this. Do you remember the America Deserved 9/11? Wow. That's a much different voice from the one that he does now. You know, guys, I could kind of talk like this the whole time, too, if you wanted me to. I don't know if it'll increase the viewership or not. Like, everything about Hassan is performative. Like, it's... Okay. Like, you can't even argue that. It is 1000% performative.
Here, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of
Ethan reaction to that, you gotta march on your own black student clip, was funny because he also chuckled and he went, he's back, he's back, he's back! Yeah.
feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people.
She's friends with these people.
Denims is streaming this story about our kid.
I'll show that, yeah.
Getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry. I'll accept this take, this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims?
The reason, oh my fucking god, the reason she would expect Anissa to talk to Denims about it is because it's not Denims just reacting to a bad empanada video that is claiming that, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. It is not just Denims blandly reacting to bad empanada. She is perpetuating the lie that Ethan and Hila have their kids running around, crawling around, eating dog shit and catching giardia. That is the difference, all right? And you, Ian and Anissa, know that that is not the case. Because if it was the case, I'm pretty sure that would be in this video. That you would be like, we've been to their house, we didn't want to say it, but they kind of made us come out, and yeah, their house is not acceptable for children. I don't know if they deserve to have CPS called on them, but it is something worth criticizing. If that was the case, that is something you would have said 1000%. But you don't say that. You don't even bring up the CPS shit because you know it's not true. All right? It is not Denims just blandly reacting to a fucking clip from Bad Aminata. It is her perpetuating that lie. And when her chat is literally calling for CPS to be called, it's not her quelling her chat and be like, guys, that's too far. Okay, we don't actually know what their home life is like. You know? Like, it is... and I just realized this now while I'm talking about this. You say... So, according to iDubbbz, Ethan is brigading his podcast by calling them out. But Denims perpetuating the lies of Bad Empanada is not directly responsible for CPS? Make that make sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. So...
Okay, so by that logic...
It's like, it's so on its face. Like, diabolically stupid and hypocritical.
Saying shit to you guys all the time, but I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as
let me go back.
Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time.
Yeah, if you're friends with someone, if you are friends with someone and you've been friends for a long time and you think they're doing something wrong, you should be able to talk with them about it. If you're friends with someone, his eyes look so fucked up here. If you're friends with someone and you're scared that you'll ruin the friendship because you criticize them or bring up something you don't like to them, how good of friends are you? I have plenty of friends who call me out on my shit and vice versa. And that's how you keep the friendship healthy. That's how you keep everybody in check. By not saying anything, you're just kind of like being all safe spacey around each other. That's like not a productive relationship to have. Your relationships should be a benefit to improving yourself and those around you. If you are not calling out bad behaviors or or things that you do not like amongst your friends, you are not making any progress in that relationship. You are being stagnant, okay? If you have friends that do things that you don't like and you don't bring it to their attention, that is a relationship that is being stagnant. There is no progress being made there, and it's not healthy, all right? So, yeah, and does it feel nice to be criticized? Does it feel nice to be called out? Of course it doesn't feel nice to be called out. But a real friend will call you out and will give you fair criticism, you know? And you not doing that is just cowardly. So again, another notch on the iDubbbz is a coward belt.
But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? it's not comfortable, she'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
But
saying
that would be
Which
commendable.
kind of, and by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not.
So it is so funny that he kind of unintentionally was honest there. So what he means to say, what he's meaning to say when he says that is, if I said these things, none of the people that I respect would care. Like, I would say this and it would mean no backlash for me. Because that's what Ethan and Hila are saying, right? They're saying the reason they're not speaking out is because they're scared of the backlash they will get. Which I think is true. I think they are scared of the backlash they will get. But he's saying there's no one that I respect that would actually care if I did that. Like, if I did that, there would be no backlash for me. One, that's not true. There would totally be backlash. There would be so much backlash. It would be crazy. But what he's actually saying, what he's accidentally saying also, because this is not what he intended, but this is the way you could read it, which makes it funny because it's true. This is true. If he did say that, if he did defend them, nobody that he respects would care. As in, nobody he respects would listen to him, and they would still think that the stuff that they thought before about Ethan and Hila. That is true. If he and Anissa went out and were like, look, you know, these guys, they didn't kill their dog, they're not bad parents, they shouldn't have CPS called on them, all the people that they respect and like now wouldn't care. They would still keep perpetuating those lies. But it's not about, like, that's the funny thing. But that's not what he means. He means that, oh, they wouldn't, like, react negatively to me. They would, first of all. They would totally react negatively to you. But also, it shouldn't even matter whether or not people would care. What matters is the action itself. It's the intent.
Because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out.
Expecting a friend to come defend you is not the same as being a lapdog. That is an insane... it's insane to say that. It's actually crazy.
Out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck.
So, again, because there is no CPS mentioned in this video, there's no ban empanada mentioned in this video, and we're supposed to read into his silence, when he's saying I don't give a fuck, he's basically saying he doesn't give a fuck that CPS was called on them. He doesn't give a fuck that Bad Empanada is harassing them. He doesn't give a fuck. Well, I was about to say the Two Skulls thing, but for as far as I understand, he didn't know about the Two Skulls thing when this video was made.
It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving.
I guarantee you if Ethan would have taken that phone call, it would have just been Ian trying to, like, gaslight him into thinking that it's okay that Ian and Anissa are not defending him. I guarantee you that's what it would have been. Or he would have tried to gaslight him into thinking that Hassan and their team is right, and it's okay that CPS was called on you because you guys were harassing people first. Like, it would have been something really retarded like that.
Is exactly in line with my principles.
So it's so funny he says this, because this is actually what he's saying here. He says that everything he's done is in line with his principles. Now, based on what Ethan said, That probably could have been true. But the fact that he made this content cop post him saying and deleting all the content cops and him saying that he doesn't stand by those anymore because they perpetuate harassment and cruelty. The fact that he made this video that has all the people that have been attacking and lying about Ethan at the start of it, which I think is probably one of the cruelest things you could do, is instead of just stop being friends with someone, you get all the people that hate him and that he hates on your video to like laugh at him. I think that I don't know what you guys in chat would categorize that. I would categorize that as cruel. I think if me and like NextJet had a falling out and he got all the people I hate on a video to like laugh at me, like who do I hate? I guess I still hate Kales and Aloe Piss and like if you just got all the people I don't like and hate on a video to like make fun of me, that would be, I would call that cruel. I would say that's cruel rather than just ending the relationship there. You know? But, you know, whatever. But that does go against your principles. That goes against the principle you laid out for why you deleted your content cops before. But you're willing to go against those for Daddy Hassan.
Now we're going to talk about the
Befriend, discuss, social media follow.
BDS list. We're going to start off with Fro.
I would categorize that as a person not to trust in the future, labeled as a backstabber. He deserves to be shunned. 100%. 100%. No, this is not... He's a Weasley little liar, dude.
Frogan, because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only...
Oh my god, she is so white. I hate that she gets like all of this fucking like... She is so clearly a white woman fucking cosplaying as a minority. It is so annoying and frustrating to me. And I don't even care about that shit generally, but it's because she uses it as a fucking shield that makes it upsetting.
Only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following...
Again, it is beyond brain dead to say that the issue that Ethan had was that you're simply following people. It is obvious that the reason he wanted your defense is because you are friends and you have already admitted you are friends with people like Denims and Frogan.
Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan? Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon! That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna want to avoid these
It's like such an unfunny clip because it's like, obviously that is not the issue.
creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan.
So he brings up Theo Vaughn again.
Ethan can
He's
turn
very
a blind
deceptive.
eye
He is
to
like...
people.
Ian is definitely not emotionally intelligent. No, we would call him emotionally retarded, I guess, is the word I would use. Ethan publicly called out Theo Vaughn on his Instagram. So, moot point. Maybe do a little better research, Ian. You know, that can help you a lot.
Collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people...
Like, the fact that he wrote the script and he got to the part where he saw that Ethan follows Hassan, and that didn't make it clear how stupid it is to say that the follow is the issue and not the friendship, says so much about how bad Ian has gotten at making videos. Because rather than the most logical conclusion that, oh, well, he follows Hassan and clearly him and Hassan are not on good terms, maybe following isn't the issue, he's like, well, he goes off on like a crazy different kind of path, and he's like, well, clearly the reason he still follows Hassan is because Hassan is too famous to blacklist. It's like, okay, dude, whatever.
People can be removed or put onto it.
Again, Sean the Black is one of the most irrelevant people to this topic. Like, I don't understand why he's even here.
On how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know?
I believe Ethan said that he's not even really friends with this guy. He's just been on the show, like they're friendly. And that's kind of it. He did, I already mentioned it earlier, Ethan did call out Theo Von publicly on his Instagram.
You know, a lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are
I don't even know who the fuck these two people are.
supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
So this is insane projection. I'm telling you, it's to say, look, I'm not racist anymore. I brought a back fella in. I think that could actually be what it is. But this is projection to call Ethan a coward. Ethan has literally been fighting. Like, if Ethan was a coward, why would he ever go against Hassan, one of the biggest streamers on the internet, with one of the most rabid fan bases? Why would he even go against him? Why wouldn't he just stay silent and just stop talking about Israel and Palestine altogether and just amicably, you know, end that friendship? Obviously, because Ethan is not a fucking coward. But you know who is a coward? The kind of person that rather than directly telling his friend, hey, I kind of want to put this friendship on pause because I'm not really vibing with the things that you're doing, and I kind of would rather put our friendship on a pause. Like, I want to be on a break from our friendship. Instead of just saying that directly, you do it silently. Who do you think is the real coward here? Okay?
Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology.
What is Ethan's ideology? Again, it's the gaslighting. It's the gaslighting to say that Ethan is pro-Israel and pro-IDF. Ethan is not pro-Israel. Ethan has made it very, very clear that he is pro-Palestine in all aspects except for terrorist attacks, the idea that Israel deserves to exist and be a place for Jews to call home. Those are the major things that he does not support. Other than that, those are the major things that go against the pro-Palestinian movement. Other than that, he's been extremely pro-Palestine. What is his ideology that you were speaking of?
But he's going to keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on.
All right. This is a dumb clip. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to feed my dogs and let them out real quick. So I'll be right back. I'll put on some music for you guys. Don't touch that dial. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. I am back now. What is up? Oh, wrong one. There we go. All right. We are about... How far through this are we? We are 34 minutes in, so there's only about 32 minutes left of this. All right, let's see if we can get through this.
It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan.
So, according to Ethan, that Bill Burr interview was a very big moment for him, realizing that he needed to start taking his mental health more seriously. And he's apparently talked to iDubbbz a lot about it. So it is interesting that iDubbbz is telling Ethan, you need to get therapy, you need to get help, you need to get this and that. But yet he will weaponize his own mental health. He'll weaponize his mental health against him. But also it ignores the fact that Ethan did have a second interview with Bill Burr and it went very well. Again, it's just very deceptive and cruel.
On stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about
Yo, what is up, the little owl one? Eventually I made it. Hell yeah.
you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
See, like, okay, I gotta comment on this real quick because it is something that is important to me. All right, my hair has been thinning for the last like half decade or whatever. I think I still mostly have a pretty good head of hair, but I've already told all my friends, if I ever get close to like this shit, please tell me because I will shave it all off. I don't want this. I don't understand people that keep their hair when it gets to this point. I feel like once you reach here, it's time to call it quits and just go with a clean shaven head. All right, like I don't quite understand it.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like.
I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. I'm gonna say I know Theo Vaughn. I've seen him before. I don't know who this guy is.
Have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah, just let it go, bro. Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it.
So again, it is not an equivalent comparison. This Stratos or Stravos, whatever the fuck this guy's name is not a friend of Ethan's. So why would he go out of his way to talk about him? You, Ian, were a friend of Ethan's. That's why he called you out. Theo Vaughn, again, not a friend of the Ethan's. But Ethan did call out Theo Vaughn. He called him out on his Instagram. Like, it is such a weird... It's a non-comparison. It doesn't make any sense to bring that up as like, oh wow, look at the hypocrisy here. It's like, well, it's not really hypocrisy. You're just pointing at a bird and a turtle and being like, oh, look how similar they are. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Like,
Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just...
Again, the guy who can't just tell his friend straight up, hey, I don't want to be friends currently. I want to take a break from our friendship because I am not cool with the shit you've been doing. The guy that can't say that directly and has to do it indirectly like a little bitch is the one calling this other guy a coward. The guy who went against one of the biggest streamers, one of the most volatile audiences, rather than, as he would say Ethan would do if he was a coward, tuck his tail between his legs. Like, Ethan lost my respect a while ago for a multitude of different dramas, and I won't say I look at Ethan the same. I don't think I'm ever going to look at Ethan the same way I looked at him back before all of that content, because that does plague in my mind. You know, I know Ethan can be malicious. I know a lot of negative aspects about Ethan that I didn't think before all of that happened. You know, but I did gain I will always gain a lot of respect for someone that can go against the grain to no benefit of their own. You know, of course there are specific reasons like you got to look at as to why they do that, but Ethan did get a lot of respect out of me for that. Because it shows that he's principled. It shows that he will stick to his guns, even if it means going against the world, basically.
That's what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone.
Again, Ethan has said that they're not even really friends. He's just been a guest.
It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this, like, middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So, Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and...
Again, Rhett and Link, just hire the guy. Rhett and Link are not... They're not political creators. They haven't collabed with Hassan. If Rhett and Link collabs with Hassan, and I'll say this, if Rhett and Link collabs with Hassan and Ethan didn't say anything, that would be a better argument. Because that would be similar to the argument he's trying to make for Theo Von, except the fact that Ethan did call out Theo Von. But you're like 2 degrees of separation there. Because with Theo Von directly collabed and interviewed Hassan. Rhett and Link hires someone that did something really bad. Like, that is not the same. It doesn't make any sense.
Powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing.
Does Ethan even have a bridge with Rhett and Link? Oh, wrong place. Hold on. Ethan, Klein, Rhett, and Link. Have they collabed? Oh, they had Rhett and Link on episode number 51 of the H3 podcast, right? Well, that was quite a long time ago, it seems. Like, I don't understand the significant relation. It just seems like you just brought that up extremely randomly. I'm not seeing the connection, really.
Sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical
Nope, there's Van Empanada again. Let's not bring any attention to him.
Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed a basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that...
You are weak. You might be one of the weakest people I've seen that makes content. Like, you are excessively weak.
That he's gone out of his way to attack. He thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can...
Like, do you realize that this entire argument of, oh, Ethan only attacks people that he thinks are weak, you know that crumbles when you realize that Ethan literally attacks Hassan, one of the biggest creators on Twitch? Like, in what way would Hassan be perceived as weak, even from Ethan's perspective? Like, this whole dialogue falls apart because of the fact that Ethan attacks Hassan.
Bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video.
Oh God,
and
the
you've got an
button.
audio. We're hitting both.
Look how many times he's like smiling while hitting the button, because they use the button for jokes as well.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. But shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll go on your way. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking.
Why is this? I don't understand the dramatic level for the button. The button is one of the dumbest things to criticize. I kind of want to skip it, but I can't. I know I can't, but it's so stupid.
Cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
That
was fine.
Yeah, I don't think it was that.
That was fine.
Big a deal.
And-
Of all the things that
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella.
Apparently, this is not true. Dan said that they got the button not in response to this situation, but in response to the comment that Ethan made about the NRA. So again, another lie in this video.
He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
What?
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I didn't think you guys are wrong. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic.
Again, all this guy has been since he found empathy is an emotional dumping ground. That's all he's been doing on all of his content. Like, I don't know why he's talking about, yo, Bike, you got the button? I don't need a button. I'm perfect. I never say anything wrong.
Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with
Maybe Ethan should make a button show just to spite iDubbbz. That would actually be really funny.
goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now? To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well,
You are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm
fucking
trying,
video.
bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has...
Why talk about the crew? Didn't you say earlier you didn't want to bring the crew into it? Now we're gonna have a whole section about the crew. But before we get to that, I gotta go bring my dogs in. So give me like less than 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. I just checked my stream settings. I realized I had it at normal latency, so that's why I was like, man, my chat's a little slow reacting today, but that explains why. My bad. Well, we're back now, so let's get back into it.
has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. To be around Ethan.
I would argue the exact opposite. I think it's really cool and fun that Ethan gives basically everyone in the crew access to speak in on whatever topics they feel they can throw their hat in on. I like that everyone on the podcast has their own voice. Like, most podcasts with a big enough production don't have that. Like, so I think it's the opposite. I think it's pretty cool what Ethan has set up for his podcast.
It would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so.
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just. Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah.
Doing such a buzzkill.
Koreans are POs. God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get access to
Cover most of it.
You're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I was just talking about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday. Maybe. Is it?
You guys, like.
Alright, I'm taking my hand off the.
It's so funny he uses that as an example of like how like angry and mean he was. It's like, I don't know, I've been talked at way worse than that by bosses in my time. Like, that was a pretty like calm way to have that discussion. Like I don't know, that didn't feel like bad. I feel like his Tourette's got worse because it was just, no, yeah, of course his Tourette's have gotten way worse. Like, it used to just be his eyebrows, but you know, now he does the thing with his hand. You know, it's, I mean, that's a thing. I guess it just gets worse as he gets older, you know? Someone please donate so we can get to 2 times speed. I mean, you would need to donate so much to get to 2 times speed, and you probably wouldn't even get to that, so...
Okay, well, all that. Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
It makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button me, dude. Can you imagine that button me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself.
He didn't even blame AB there. He blamed the button.
By being
And he was also laughing while saying it too.
an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
What's okay because that button did.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay. All right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior.
Oh my God.
And give all of this emotional and empathetic.
Again, like the problem. I haven't actually brought this up yet on the stream, but the problem with going after the crew when they still work for Ethan and they still enjoy working for him is that he's saying all this shit about how Ethan's a tyrant and it must be so terrible to work for him and they go through so much strife. All it takes for them is to be like, no, yeah, we're good. And that just which is what they did. They basically were like, no, like everything's fine. Like we're cool. That's basically what they did, which dismantled this. That dismantles this entire section about the crew. So it's such a dumb fucking angle to go at.
Energy for Ethan.
If anything, his best bet would have been trying to get the girl that quit after the Cutie Cinderella situation and try to like interview her for a little segment about what it's like to work with Ethan. You know, because then maybe she would have some negative things to say about Ethan. Maybe he did try that and she didn't have anything bad to say about him. So that would actually be really funny.
But Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees. And you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah and
That's so weird. It would be better if you shut up about the conflict. You're allowed to do that. So is he not allowed to talk about it? Like what? What are you talking about? If AB does not want to be there to talk about the conflict or to hear Ethan talk about the conflict, he can quit. Like, you know, it's not like they're going to be homeless on the street if they quit, you know? It's like so stupid.
Israel alone killed double that much. Alright, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him. Because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all...
Yes, it is his podcast. He is allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants on his podcast. That is, like, what? The same way your dumb wife is allowed to compare her harassment to Etika's suicide, in the same way your dumbass wife is allowed to do that and be criticized for it, Ethan's allowed to do whatever the fuck on his podcast and be criticized for it. What a dumbass point.
Familiar with Goblin Mode? Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way,
here he is like 150 pounds heavier, and he's like recently. We do know what Ethan looks like now, right? Like we know he's lost weight. Calling this recent is so stupid, and it's such a blatant lie.
My ratio is pretty good.
What's up, Midna?
I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
So stupid.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent...
Oh, really, iDubbbz? Maybe you should watch Goblin Slayer and you'll change your mind on how horrifying goblins are, sir.
It can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas...
Horrible anime? I've never seen it. I only saw the first episode.
...is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you...
Using the phrase filthy rich when you have a channel with 7 million subs, when you have attained a level of status that you can run a fucking boxing charity event and lose $250,000 for that charity, and be able to do it again when you are friends with someone like Hassan, who is a fucking multi-millionaire wearing $3,000 designer shirts. Using the phrase filthy rich is fucking hysterical. What a lack of self-awareness for you to call anyone filthy rich as a criticism. On top of the fact that just because you're rich means you can't sue people for defamation. So if I go around, and I don't endorse this, but if I went around where like Ian lives and I put up posters calling him a pedophile, and I was knowingly calling him a pedophile, and I was not stopping no matter what, would Ian just have no power? Would he just be like, oh well, you know, this is what I get for being rich. I guess I can't sue you. I can't sue you for defamation. Like, what a stupid fucking thing to say.
You can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch.
What? So yeah, Dan could sue Ethan if he really feels like that he could win that case. Like, I don't get it.
And be
pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view on Hitler.
And again, him calling him a pedophile was a joke that was clipped out. Him calling him Dan KKK Clancy comes from Hassan, something Hassan has said.
Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats...
I mean, it's a better joke than any joke you've attempted in this video in the past 47 minutes, Ian. Like,
that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Sampson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're gonna be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But
that is for our new empathetic far left Ian Joma. That is a wild characterization of the story, which I believe the story was that Noah Sampson was with this chick and they were in an open relationship, and she told him that, well, if you're gonna be having sex with other people, you need to wrap it up. And I believe he didn't, or he wasn't getting tested, something like that. Like it was a clear, like it was a scummy thing to do. It was a clear betrayal of boundaries. You know, nothing like rape or sexual assault, but definitely, I guess, sexual misconduct, you could call it. Like, definitely a shitty thing to do. Like, Stinky Mike can use one. All right, you know what, Yuki? You're getting put in timeout now. 10 seconds timeout for Yuki. Take that, buddy. Okay, but also even does that in general. He brings people on that are close to whatever situation he's talking about, and they gossip. I mean, yeah. But also, you compare that to what Noah Sampson did, which was literally call Ethan a genocide supporter, which is not true. And it's something that's being perpetuated. So, I mean, again, I am in the middle on whether I think Ethan is justified to sue Noah Sampson. Until I get more information, but just the idea that he can't sue because he's rich is retarded. It's just blatantly retarded.
It's all that Ethan was able to.
We got less than 20 minutes left of this video. Let's fucking go.
Not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to...
Ethan isn't suing him because he necessarily feels he has to or it warrants it. I think he more so wants to sue him in general for the general message of it's not okay to be anti-Semitic.
Suggests that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind, anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
What? In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason.
Like, Ian totally misses Ethan's point. Ethan's point is that Ethan is saying that the vast majority of Jews are pro-Israel. They're pro the existence of Israel. And to say otherwise is just blatantly wrong. Okay? But Hassan wants to be like, well, let me get this one Jew that will disagree with you because you are Jewish. Which is on the face. It's just, it's like with any other minority group, that would not fly. If there was a black guy that was like, oh, well, I'm actually not for Black Lives Matter because of all the things that are going on, and most of the people in my neighborhood are feeling the same way. Like I've done like a census, and most of the people in my neighborhood specifically don't feel the same way. But then you're like, well, maybe you should talk to this other black guy that doesn't think the same as you, so he can convince you to think the way he does. Right? Like that would be similar. And that just wouldn't fly. Of course it wouldn't fly.
Reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on a...
So that's the thing. Hassan, he's like flipping it. He's gaslighting again. Ethan is saying, generally, if you look at the census of Jewish people, that they are pro-Israel existing. Like, they are not, like, they're not pro-one state solution for Palestine. That's what he's saying. What Hassan is saying is that, well, this one guy named Sam Cedar is an anti-Zionist, and that will change your opinion on that. And Ethan's like, well, no, that really won't change my opinion on that, because that still won't change the overall consensus of the people. But Ian's trying to make it seem like Ethan himself is the spokesperson for Jewish people, which is not what Ethan is saying at all.
On occasion, you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling.
All right, we only got
women
16
bitches.
minutes left, guys. We're getting close there, all right?
You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a
Yo, what's up, Exotic?
I call her see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
Curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
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 I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that
We
it's in
are.
poor
You-
form.
God, they really do
I think
sound
to
drunk now.
respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me.
Ethan, don't listen. You can call her bitch. I also agree. I think, look, I understand if women don't like the word bitch being used. Just know that when I call someone a bitch, it has nothing to do with whether they're a woman or not. It's because they're being a bitch. It's the same way I use retard. I'm not calling you a retard because you are mentally disabled. I'm calling you a retard because you're being a fucking retard, all right? It's the same thing, you know? But I understand if someone finds offense to that. I've always said, like, I'll respect people on a personal level, but I'm not going to adjust the whole way I speak just because of general like caring of it. But like if someone personally, like if someone's personal to me and they're like, oh, I don't like when you use that word around me, I can very easily be like, okay, I won't use that word around you. Like that's like you know, that's just a nice thing to do. But it's like, I don't really care.
Left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the planet.
This is a fair critique of Ethan. I will actually say, I saw some people pushing back on iDubbbz for this. This is a fair comparison. I mean, this is a fair critique for it to be like, well, you did how many episodes with this guy on a political podcast and you didn't realize that he was like a communist. But I also want to give some fairness to Ethan, because Ethan's point wasn't that this guy like the point that Ethan was making and that he showed, because Hassan literally said it, is that Hassan will lighten his views in order to get closer to more mainstream left spaces so he can indoctrinate people to the more radical ideas. He literally has said this. This is on recording. So again, not acknowledging that, I think, is a disservice. Like, yes, Ethan should have figured out who Hassan was. You know, that's on him, especially if he would have done even the lightest modicum of research. But, and I feel like Ethan, more so than Ian at the very least, deserves a little bit of charity, especially after the recent things have been going recently. But also, you need to be fair and point out that it is true that Hassan has directly said he will moderate and morph his own views to be more mainstream left in order to get an audience to come to him and then get them into the more radical ideas that he actually believes in and espouses. Like, you can't deny that, because Hassan has literally said that that's what he does.
Platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that.
Hassan has been, I very much remember, Hassan has been two minds about this. When he originally went on the Young Turks, he said that, because English is not my first language, which I don't believe. He said, because English is not my first language, I misspoke. What I meant to say was that American imperialism led to 9/11 and not like the victims and the people that died actually deserved it, you know? And then he also has said it was like an edgy joke in the past. I'm almost certain that Hassan has said both things as well. But I agree with iDubbbz. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. Which is why it's an abhorrent thing to say. It's an abhorrent thing to say that America deserved 9/11. And that is something that should never be forgotten. So thank you, Ian, for pointing out that it was not, in fact, a joke. It was a terrible, terrible thing that he said that you seem to be behind. So it's good to know where you stand on that, Ian.
You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh
Israel
my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not.
Oh, God. All right. Thank you, Anonymous Pussy, for the $15. All right, let's see where this gets us. Please don't restart the video. I might actually kill myself if I have to restart the whole thing. Oh, we were so close to speed up. All right, we got to go back 5 minutes, guys. Thank you for the $15, Anonymous Pussy. What a name. All right. I didn't have anything to say there because I don't have enough context to say one way or another, so I didn't really want to speak on that. All right, so we're going back to 49:33. Thank you again, Anonymous Pussy.
Experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him...
We're only $15 away from reaching 150. If we hit 150, then that's a double spin. So whoever donates $15 next, you're getting 2 spins for the price of 1. Think about that, guys.
he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's
What
a
did
fucking.
Okay.
You're right, I call her
She
a
is a
T next to it.
bitch.
You have.
Based.
What do Lena and
Based.
Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to
Yeah,
be in consensus that
We
it's in
are.
poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
Oh, I love how his chat was like, can Ethan ever say bitch towards a woman? And most of them were like, yes. Base chat. Base chat.
Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftists on the platform. Now he's acting.
Oh wait, why is my
like
webcam
he's
off? What the
Shrek,
fuck?
and he
I
was
just haven't had it on.
incapable of
My bad.
Figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit? For hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as...
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these
America
edgy,
deserved
controversial
9/11.
jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
Again, that's such a dumb thing to clip because Ethan, like, just because he said that, he's referring to the census among Jewish people, not him speaking for all Jewish people. So that's not really saying what he wants it to say.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people...
Let me in?
They say
No.
that Israel's going
I have to do this
war on
alone,
behalf
Exotic.
of
I'm sorry.
Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go.
Also notice how he says, we might actually find peace. Ian, you might have forgotten. You are like chalk white, dude. You are not part... Sorry, I want to cheer for you like Connor, but I can't stand iDubbbz's voice. Understandable, Stacy. Thank you very much. We are almost done here, though. So, you know, I'll be out of here soon enough. But yeah, you are chalk white, Ian. You are not part of the movement, bro.
Like, sure. It sounds like America to me.
We've only got
like,
12
right.
minutes left. We're so close.
Think that Israel
Holy
said
fuck.
They represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, we, you know, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together. So when they're being criticized...
Again, this is gaslighting. It is Hassan's audience and everybody... It's Hassan's audience and that whole group that ties Zionism and Jewish and Israel all together because Ethan just believes that Israel as a state should exist. That makes him a Zionist, and that gives them full right to be as anti-Semitic to them as possible. It is literally gaslighting to say that it's Israel that has made that connection and not the other way around.
All of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can
Oh my
Say
God,
Habibi
this.
tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're gonna need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy is like, can I say it? Is it a slur? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like, that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because it's not like they have massive representation on the...
They don't have mass representation yet. They are on a main panel for TwitchCon. Okay, dude.
Platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know.
Okay, so a major difference is that they are talking about specific words, and they are not talking about specific people, specific creators. On the Habibi tier list, they literally put Ethan Klein in the likes Sabra tier. And in the thumbnail, who did they put in the Sabra tier? They put Ethan and Ben Shapiro, another very well-known Jewish person who wasn't even actually on the tier list in the actual panel.
Oh my day.
Like, you know, it's so funny how dog whistles do not exist, dog whistles, I think it's a stupid term. I think it's overused. But I think it's so funny how dog whistles don't exist when it's coming from your side. That's so hilarious to me.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs.
Again, it's so funny how Hassan is either white or Turkish, depending on the situation that he needs for it. Like when he needs to defend his use of the word cracker, and a whole bunch of other things relating to stuff like that. Dude, I'm literally a white guy. I'm a white person. But when it comes to needing to call someone else racist, literally attacking a Turkish creator, like someone like a brown-skinned guy like myself. No, that's so disingenuous by Ian. They know what they was doing, what they did. No, 100%. 100%.
On their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can have their tier list.
I would put him also an Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like Hassan, okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
Oh, so then why was Ethan put in F tier? Why was he put in Love's Sabra tier if it's not anti-Semitic? If it has nothing to do with him being Jewish?
It's racist.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and
if you're on the left and you can't understand why these people were suspended, you are hopelessly lost. Yes, I'm on the left, look like gigantic fucking hypocrites when we look the other way when our own, 100%. 100%.
Anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is...
So him saying this means one of two things. It means that he actually didn't watch the content nuke. And he was literally just, like we've said in this chat before, potentially this was just written by Hassan and Ethan and Ian was used as a proxy, or he did watch the content nuke and it totally ignored the fact that Ethan explains that the whole Sabra thing is used as a kind of like cheeky slur towards Jewish and Israeli people because Sabra is an Israeli brand.
Is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra, and that sucks that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody...
He's so fucking stupid. It is not about the hummus itself, you fucking... It's just, it has to be disingenuous. It just has to be a lie that he doesn't understand what it means. It is obviously not about the actual hummus itself. It's about what it means behind it. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, iDubbbz is taking the word as literal food and not the dog whistle. Yeah, like, it's so obvious in this. Like, again, I'm like, when it comes to like calling things dog whistles, I'm like kind of like whatever about it. But I think it's so obvious, especially with creators like Denims and Frogan on the panel and the way that they put Ethan in the Love Sabra tier, that it was so obviously a dog whistle. Like, I think it's, you would have to actually be disingenuous to think otherwise.
Everybody prefers Sabra over homemade, like, restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Sabra. Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it.
It's like calling an Asian person a noodle or a Hispanic a taco. Similar example. Yeah, like if someone tells me, oh, what are you gonna eat today? Are you just gonna eat tacos all day? It's like, first of all, I don't care if someone said that to me. But if someone says that to me, it's not about the actual food itself. It's about the implication that, oh, well, the reason why you're saying that is because I'm Hispanic. Right? That's like, it's so clearly like, yeah, and that's meant to be like a racist joke. Now, how bad is it? Well, it depends on the context. The context of that panel is this is following all of the drama that's been going on with Ethan, following October 7th, following all that stuff, and we know the fucking crazy comments that Frogan made about October 7th. We know the crazy comments that Denims has made about Ethan Klein, and when they bring Ethan Klein up, he goes right in the Love Sabra tier. Why does he go in Love Sabra? Is it because he actually loves the taste of Sabra? Of fucking course not. It's because it is a clear dog whistle.
It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing.
He's just being he is being outwardly disingenuous. I mean, I've already shown you multiple examples of him being malicious, disingenuous. He's just a bad person. That's it. Like, iDubbbz is just a bad person. And I cannot wait for the day. Like, I am so looking forward to how because Creator Clash 3 is going to fail. It's so obvious. They cut off the top row seats. They've cut the prices in half for the fucking tickets. Like, it is so obviously going to fail. And I cannot wait for that. But more so than that, I cannot wait for the day that iDubbbz gets turned on by the camp that he has decided to sleep with.
He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that is an attack on you.
It was so obviously an attack.
There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know, he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is.
Nah, Mike. Ian knows as long as he's a good boy, his fake friends won't turn on him. Oh, but there will be a day. Yeah, I know there will be a day. One day.
Don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is
Like, it's clearly like a joke. Like, it's like a running joke. Like, so stupid.
best.
By the way, this next bit is probably the most embarrassing thing that for some reason Ian decided to keep it in.
Apologies. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my god.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B.
It's so funny. He's like, oh, I don't know if this came from a good place. Well, clearly it didn't, because it's very obvious that Ethan taking the whole, A+ apology, like, is like kind of a joke. It's like a running joke. But according to Ian, because he's retarded and can no longer tell what a joke is now, he thinks that is like something that Ethan really cares about, and it's really something that strikes deep with him. So his goal is to get the score lowered to impact something that means a lot to Ethan. So obviously, no, it's not. What was the phrase that he said?
Ethan's grade, but I came up with the. I don't know if this came from a good place.
Yeah, it clearly did not come from a good place. It came from a bad place. I obviously just admit it. You know how much more respectful it would be if you could just admit that you're a piece of shit, like, or admit that you want to hurt him. Because clearly that's what he's doing here. He wants to get his grade changed because from his perspective, he thinks Ethan actually gives a significant fuck about the grade. So he wants to get it lowered.
So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. And, we might learn a thing.
And also now he dragged this random Kirk guy into the whole situation. Like, what does this guy have to do with the ongoings of Ethan and Hassan and all these people? Like, he has absolutely nothing to do with anything. But you dragged him along, and now this guy, I think he went private because he got a shit ton of backlash because iDubbbz fucking misled the guy.
Xander. Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me. Perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see
The cringe is strong, 100%, 100%.
Any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior, from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person, and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone...
I guess it was meant to be funny, like, oh, like, let's, like, let me laugh at myself. It's just cringe. It's a waste of time in your already hour-long video. Like, like, why would you even bother adding that into the video when the guy didn't even change the fucking score? What a fucking loser, bro.
One can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings.
All right, cool.
And my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips...
By the way, I didn't even know this. I heard about this more recently. Apparently, iDubbbz's own apology was graded by this guy, and the guy gave him, like, a B, which is why he gave it a B-. Like, I've heard the argument before that maybe another reason why Ian made this is because he's jealous that Ethan and Hila were able to change the way they were and maintain a significant portion of their audience and respect and stuff like that. Meanwhile, Ian and Anissa have been having a very hard time doing that same transition. I don't know how much water there is to that, but this specific example, the fact that he gave, like, he didn't even give, like, considering all the things he said about Ethan, you would think he'd give him, like, a C for the apology, or maybe even a D. But no, he specifically just goes one notch lower than his own. He goes from an A to a B-, which happens to be just below Ian's own B score. I find that very interesting. Narcissism is a strong in Ian. I agree.
And he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Sorry, I want to get I've been pretty serious throughout this, but, like, Ethan, and Ian knows this, even though he didn't include it in his video, he knows this. Ethan has been on the receiving end of CPS being called on his house, his wife being called a wife beater, people claiming that he killed his own fucking dog, and a slew of other harassment. And you are meant to be Mr. Empathetic and a fucking therapist, and you give so much fucking weight to therapy that you're like, that's what you need, Ethan, to get your shit together. You just need to go to therapy. You put so much weight into therapy when a therapist tells you, well, based on everything you've shown me, by the way, the things that you showed me were heavily edited and did not, I believe, the doctor got the context that didn't even get the context about CPS. I don't know if that's true or not, but the therapist got all the context you wanted to give to him, and even with that, he seems like a guy that needs a hug. And instead of being the new empathetic Ian Joma, you're like, this guy needs a good ass kicking. Like, what? Like, maybe that was meant to be a joke, but it's not really funny. Like, if he's not careful, he could be reported for inciting violence against Ethan for sending. I don't think so. I don't think it could be like that. But it is kind of, like, fucked up that, like, if that was meant to be a joke, the punchline of the joke is that, like, me, empathetic Ian Joma, well, no, he doesn't deserve a hug. He deserves an ass whooping. Like, okay.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think
it is so fair. Ian, I think it is so fair that you never once included the fact that CPS was called on Ethan. I think it's so fair that you don't bring up the existence of bad empanada at all. That is so fair. I think it's so fair that you cut off a lot of Ethan's jokes very quickly so it doesn't look like a joke. So it looks like Ethan's just a dog shit person. That is so fair. Thank you for your fairness. You know what? I am for incitement. If I had a big enough audience, I would tell you guys to go into his chat and be like, and say, hashtag thank you for being fair. Fuck this guy. He is such a piece of shit.
That was something that was not illustrated in previous content cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human.
He's human, guys.
He is human.
Even though he deserves an ass kicking, he's a human.
Situation
Just like you and me.
That's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying...
I do wonder now that it is public knowledge that Ethan had 2 human skulls sent to his house. I do wonder how empathetic Ian feels about that. I wonder how far his empathy goes. Because so far, it seems like it doesn't go very far at all.
That it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because...
All right, guys, we're on the last stretch. We only got 2 minutes left of this video.
That I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why...
Dumb bitch.
Why
all right, let's move on.
Were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that...
No, I want you guys to note anything this dude is saying, which by the way, I don't even know why he's here. Again, he shouldn't be here. Banamana ended up saying he paid Ian to make the content cop, but he said he wasn't satisfied with how it turned out and started criticizing Ian. Wait, is that true? I feel like the thing is, Bad Empanada, even if Bad Empanada said that, I don't know if I believe that, because it would really depend how much he paid Ian, right? Like, I don't know. I don't believe that. Even I'm believing you that Bad Empanada said that, but I don't believe that Bad Empanada paid Ian. Although, can somebody get me that amazing clip of fucking Bad Empanada being like, "Oh, that was really bad, wasn't it? It was a bad day for you, fucking psychopath." But yeah, Sean DeBlack over here. He shouldn't even be in this video. He's so irrelevant to this topic. But also, Sean DeBlack talked to Hassan because apparently he didn't realize he could have said no to adding this note, because he didn't realize that till after he saw it, and he saw that Hassan didn't leave a positive note, which is so funny. That, I mean, I guess that's good. Just posted the video today. Don't know if it's satire, but he said at the ending of the video made him feel like they were being too soft towards Ethan. Of course of course the guy that claims that he's the one that called CPS on Ethan thinks they were too soft on him. So that's funny. If he paid Ian $20 million, I will forgive him. I mean, $20 million is a lot of money. What is a price point that would be acceptable for stabbing someone in the back? That is the question, right? It's interesting. You know what? I would say 1 mil for every year you've known this person. 1 mil for every year you've known this person, I think, is a fair amount. So if he was paid $8+ million, I don't forgive Ian, but I understand him. But anyways, so yeah, Sean DeBlack apparently didn't know that you could opt out of this positive note like Hassan did. And now what I was going to say is that it's actually a little bit of credibility to Hassan's genuineness that he didn't, like, say something nice. That he didn't say something nice about Ethan. Because it just shows that Hassan truly does just hate anyone that's against him, regardless of what level of severity they are against him.
You over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that...
Holy fuck, He has a Mr. He has. Wait. Can I? Wait. Mr. This guy. Bro. Tell me I'm not right. Tell me right now I'm not right. Hold on now. Look at the shape of his head. Tell me I'm not right, bro. Come on. It's the fucking same. It's the same curvature and everything, bro. How much is Mr. Potato Head? Oh, they're not that expensive. I gotta say, I used to love Mr. Potato Head. I used to play, I had so many of them as a kid. Bro, they literally are the same. All right, let's move on. Ethan would be like, oh, he was paid $8 million for this? Okay, well, fuck, that's, I don't know. I do wonder if there was a receipt that could be pulled that showed that Ian got paid $8 million to do the content cop on him. I do wonder what Ethan would say in response to that.
That when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best.
He's basically saying stay in your lane. Okay.
So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic.
Okay, look how she looks here. Wait. I gotta point this out. Look how she looks here, right? Still quite a bit of makeup, right? So this is what she looks like here. Let's go back to that intro real quick.
Nightmare, wake up. Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up. Wake up. Ethan.
Look at the difference. Look how much makeup is caked up on this chick, bro. And then compare it to how she looks at the end here. Like, I'm right. I am right. She looks better here. She looks better.
That I used to watch.
She looks less scary in this clip than she does in that horrifying little intro. This whole part is the most condescending way to end this kind of video. I will say Frogan sounds the most genuine among all the people here, but Frogan's also like an idiot, so who cares? If he found out he got paid, someone should ask, was it worth your friendship? Was it worth throwing out 8 years? Look, $8 million is a lot of money. Look, what I'm saying is, it doesn't make it right. Okay? Let's put that on the bottom. It doesn't make it right. But $8 million is a lot of money. And if he put all that money towards charity, I think that would be a lot of good. But it still wouldn't change the fact that Ian's a piece of shit. That wouldn't change that fact at all. But I doubt it was $8 million, if it even was paid for in the first place.
Watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating.
I think the reason why she caked herself up with so much makeup is because she figured, oh, fuck, I'm going to be on a content. He's a sellout? Well, he's been a sellout, so that wouldn't change that, you know. But, I mean, she, Frogan probably was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to be on a content cop. Like, this is going to get millions of views. This is going to be the most attention I've ever gotten. You know, I got to look my best. And she overshot the amount of makeup. Like, tell me, chat, one in the chat, guys, if you think she looks better here. Hold on.
I will be reading my letter off.
One in the chat if you think she looks better here. Like, even her eyebrows look better than over, oh my god, over here.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake.
Oh my god. She looks ghostly as well. Like, she looks so much more pale than she already does, and she's white as fuck, bro. Look at me. All right, look. And I have like a white light right on my face, so, you know, it's whitening me out a little bit. You know, like, this is a brown man. That's a white woman right there, okay? That's I'm right. I know I'm right. She looks better. She looks terrifying here. Literal jump scare, but she looks way... Oh, God. Oh, that was a little bit scary. But she looks way better here.
Because I don't want to
like,
sound robotic.
you can see, like, she literally is pale white. She has some redness. I mean, that's makeup, but she has some redness to her face. There's some life going on there.
Force figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember.
You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all of this has stung. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up. And fighting it, you know, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he's fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of.
All right. I don't think I've seen anybody mention this. I could be wrong. I don't think I've seen anybody mention this. I want to point out that this last segment was meant for everyone to say something positive about Ethan Klein, right? That's the message. Whether they're being disingenuous or whether they're being genuine, that's not the point. The point, I mean, that is a point, but that's not the point, right? The point is for everyone to leave a positive message. What is the positive message that Ian himself, the guy that made this video, what is the positive message that he leaves? The positive message that he leaves is to talk about himself and his own wife. Like, what the fuck? Why is this in here? If the point is for everyone to say something nice about Ethan Klein, why is the final thing from you crying about how bad it feels to have your significant other out on the internet? And on top of that, if you feel so bad about having to have your significant other public on the internet, why don't you defend Hila from being called a fucking child killer? It's absolutely asinine.
Ethan and Hila, like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like, if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them. Right, sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up. A feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of
I will say, this original
mistakes,
H Street theme is
and then
very,
when I
very
was
nostalgic.
criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive.
Bro will never get over his wife's OnlyFans. Truly,
and
truly.
nasty, and not really processing them in a healthy way.
All right. That's the end of it. I hope anybody that is new that came and watched, I hope you guys enjoyed my coverage. If you enjoyed my coverage, I will say I don't normally do reactions and covering drama and stuff like that. I talk about it. It's something that I watch. It's something I talk about. Typically, I play video games. I haven't done parodies in a while, but I do try to do parodies. And my new band, Mike and the Bikers, is going to be making music soon and performing, and those performances and those songs will be uploaded here. So link it in chat, Teddy. Link the Osama story so I can see how long it is. But that's typically what I do. But I will say we earned 135 today. I'm going to consider that a success. So going forward, once a month, I will be doing this type of stream where it is a reaction stream with the twist of the wheel. I guess I'll call it the Wheel of Time. I don't know. I'll come up with a name. I kind of like Wheel of Time. Also, I do radio streams. This Saturday, I'm doing a radio stream. What are those? They're basically a radio show. I go live 3 times a day for 2 hours each, and we play music that I've curated. Every 20 minutes, I either take a caller or I talk for like 5 minutes, and then we continue listening to music. So if any of that stuff interests you, please subscribe. Please stick around, you know. I hope you found me entertaining. I hope you found me my coverage. I know everybody's already talked to death about this, so I hope I added to it in some way. All right, let's see. How long is this story? Oh, don't dox me. Okay, let's see. 6 parts. Oh, God. How long is each part, though? All right, that's not very long. 1. Cope and Jihad. 2. 3. 4. 5. Why is it so long? Yo, thank you for subscribing, Mia. I appreciate it. Why is this one so long? Is this just the Grinch who stole Christmas? It's literally just the Grinch. Okay. All right, next part. Author's note. Oh my God. Okay, I know what it says there, but I don't want to spoil it. All right. So to read all of that, I will make a decision now. I will make a decision now. Hold on. So to read all of this, let me, because I wanted to reach the goal of 750 this month. Let me see how far away we are from that, because maybe I'll just be like, oh, let's just hit the goal. Let's see. Let me do math. I'm going to do math real quick, and then I will answer you live on air. And then I'm going to send you guys to go watch Nick. Nick just went live. Let him know, Biker Gang. Let him know that we are, we are whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to say. My brain's a little fried. I'm kind of glad it didn't go as long as I thought it was going to. Okay. Teddy. For $150, I will read this all on stream. All right? I will read this all on stream. Is that a fair price to you, Teddy? Let me know in chat. Because we can haggle a little bit, but I'm pretty set on 150. I was afraid it was more. Fuck! No! Wait! You were gonna ask for more? Okay, wait. No, hold on. No. Okay, you know what? No, that's mean. That's mean. 150, I will read it, okay? I'm bidding $200. Oh, fuck. Hiko is bidding $200. Okay. Let's make a little bit. Let's do a little caveat. Well, we're not spinning anymore. The video's over. All right. So you should have. We're not spinning anymore, but thank you for the 150. Okay. You should have sent that earlier. That's why I said to send it to me during the thing. But so 150, we'll count it. But I will say this. All right. If I feel like, okay, if it takes me more than 2 hours to read it, which I don't think it will, but if it takes me 2 hours to read it, I demand an extra 25 for a tip, all right? Only if it takes me more than 2 hours, okay? If it takes me more than 2 hours, I demand a $25 tip, all right? But that's it. Nah, being for real, just forcing Teddy to increase the donation. Hell yeah. All right, anyways, thank you guys so much for the donations and the support, and for everybody new that came along to watch me. I was very angry on today's stream because it was very frustrating, but anyone can tell you I'm not a very angry person. I am a very angry person. I'm filled with rage. I'm like the Incredible Hulk. No. I'm usually very chill. We usually play games here. I do a lot of Kingdom Hearts, or at least we're trying to get through Kingdom Hearts in time for Deltarune to come out so we can stream that. Tomorrow, since this didn't go on until tomorrow, I will do a stream tomorrow. I'll do a little gaming stream. Maybe we'll play the new Oblivion. And then Friday, I'm going to try to see if I can set up a live stream in my living room so you guys can see my band, do band practice for like 2 hours or so. So if I can get that to work, that's what's going to happen Friday. If not, again, I'll just do a gaming stream later at night. Love Kingdom Hearts, but I play WoW these days. Wow. Mike Smash true. Okay, but if things get reported and removed before you read it, well, let's hope it doesn't. Well, then make sure to copy and paste it somewhere so you don't lose it forever. All right. Like just write it on a PDF or on like a Google Doc, because I don't think you should be able to save it like that. Anyways, again, thank you for watching. I appreciate all of the support today. I'm gonna link to Nick's stream because Nick should be live right now. I believe he is live. Let him know, you know, biker gang. Let him know, you know, we sent you over there. Biker raid, biker raid, biker raid. How do I copy the link? There you go. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And as a matter of fact, I'll read it tomorrow, Teddy. Or tell me when you want me to read it, because then I'll do it then. Whatever you can watch the stream, so you don't miss it. So there you go. Also, I reserve the right to unlist the stream if I think it's too edgy. But you are welcome to re-upload it on your end if I do unlist it or anything like that. I'm gonna not unlist this stream. It's gonna stay up. Yo, what's up, RBF? All right, peace out. Have a good night.